who's in the lobby. Let's get everyone in. It's 38 minutes now. I want to start at 40, so 2 minutes. If we get situated, and for those who are outside, I'd like them to come in. I'd like us to do something small as we begin today's session. All right, Winnie at the door. Are we good? All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us for this day 2 of the Smartphone for Africa Summit 2024. My name is Barak. I'm going to be your host for the day as I was yesterday. I hope you had a good time. Instead, we talked a lot about manufacturing, talked a lot about policy, and what can be done. We loved insights from Rwanda, from Egypt, from Kenya, and just seeing that indeed activity, since we're talking about phones, I'm going to ask a couple of people to come and join me on stage. And if I call you, it's because I like you. That's the rule. If I call you, it's because I like you. So talk more. Please join me on stage. Yes, sir, I really had a good bond yesterday. Please come and join me on stage. Yes, sir, almost made us go to Cairo yesterday. And so something else. Maureen, I'm going to call you for sure. I have to call you for sure. Who else can I call? I need 6 people because I'm seeing 6 gadgets on the screen. Carol, I'm going to call you. So, Carol, please come over. Then from this side, I'd seen an old friend of mine, Naomi, before you take a seat, please allow me to harass you. And Naomi, come with anyone who you think is harassable on that side. I'll let you harass one more person. Yeah, come. 2 of you. Excellent. As they come over, I told you the first phone was invented in 1876. First smartphone was in 1994 by IBM. It was called Simon. First, thank you all for being such good sports. Talk more. I want you at the end. At the very end. Just switch with Carol. So I want to take you back in time, right? When we had the old school kind of telephone, and we had something called broken telephone. So Tokmo, I gave you a statement in the lobby. Remember the statement? What I want you to do is whisper to each person and see if you actually get the message to the end. So make sure you whisper. Whisper, can I have a microphone, please? Whisper in her ear, please. What you heard, whatever you heard is what you tell. All right. Thank you. Are we at Naomi now? Please get me one more. All right, did you hear? You're sure? All right. So I know what I told Talk More, but I don't know. With broken communication, broken telephone, which is what happened in 1876. Where are we now?
She likes red beans.
She likes red beans. Okay, that's good. Naomi?
She likes red beans.
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 I like wearing red pants.
I like wearing red pants.
I like wearing red pants.
That's exactly what I said. Okay, talk more, move a bit. I want to start on this other side. (1876). This is what they had to deal with. You went with pants and you got beans. I hope so.
My first phone was a Samsung and I liked it.
Okay.
My first phone was a Samsung and I liked it.
My first phone is a Samsung and like it.
My first phone was a Samsung and I liked it.
My first phone was a Samsung and I liked it.
My first phone was a Samsung and I liked it.
That's well done. Well done. Round of applause for them. Round of applause for them. 2024 is where we are now, right? You want to get everyone to have access to a smartphone and great information. You may have your seats. Thank you very much. We're going to have a great time with you guys today. Here's what I want you to do. If you take pictures at all, today we have 3 hashtags we'd like you to use. The first hashtag is smartphone for Africa. That's smartphone for Africa. You can also use hashtag S4A. And then the third hashtag that we're using today is smartphone for Africa summit. Let me just use this again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tech Team. So we're going to have a great time. We're going to have panels today. I know we ran a bit over yesterday. We're doing as much as possible to make sure that we are here for a short time, but a very sweet time, because there's a very exciting tour we need to do in the evening. We have a couple of guest speakers joining us later. You'll be seeing them, but to start us off this morning, all the way from the World Bank, we have Miss Annelia Mueller, who is the Senior Digital Development Specialist, and she's here to talk about expanding consumer financing schemes for devices. Let's give a round of applause for Miss Annelia. Sorry, there's someone who left this yesterday. If it's yours, you can get it from the tech team at the back, right? Thank you.
Just checking on the slides. Anyway, so let me start. Well, the slides have been pulled on the screen. So as our moderator has represented me, I'm Annelia Mueller. I'm a Senior Digital Development Specialist from the World Bank, based here in Nairobi. I work on a range of investment and analytical engagements of the bank across a wide range of countries, including but not limited to Kenya, where we have a big lending operation, Burundi, Togo, and others. So today I would like to speak about what the World Bank Group can do to help increase financing for affordable device schemes in Africa. I have a couple of slides and a whole team behind me in Washington that many of you, I'm sure, know, including from GSMA, Bill Melinda Gates Foundations, and various MNOs. So I'll speak today about what's the challenge that we're trying to address, what are the financing options for device affordability schemes, and what are some of the pilots that the World Bank is working on. A lot has been said yesterday on the status quo and the challenges, with multiple numbers quoted. So key development challenge that we're addressing is that there's still millions of people that around the world who are still offline and are not using internet. What does it mean? It means that they're cut out from opportunities for improved livelihoods and incomes that the internet offers to them, and that's very important. In fact, in a few of our studies, we found out that if high-quality mobile internet is available for just 3 years, not only labor force participation increases, for example, in Nigeria by 3 percentage points, in Tanzania by 8 percentage points, but extreme poverty rates drop by as much as 7 percentage points. So this is an incredible lever that countries can use to drive development outcomes. And when people are not connected, they cannot benefit from these opportunities. Yet, despite these benefits, we know that as many as over close to 60% of the population are currently not using internet, and particularly high is this rate in Eastern and Southern Africa region, and 2/3 of the usage gap can be explained by the lack of a smartphone. So yesterday a lot has been said on what drives this affordability, both on the supply side and the demand side. So of course there are high prices for entry-level smartphones, and this is where I would like to show you basically. We have median affordability by region, and in sub-Saharan Africa, it can reach up to 153% of the gross national income, which is huge. This is completely prohibitive for the bottom of the pyramid and the poorest 10% of the population. The spread across the countries is very diverse. You see here the range. On the next slide, we have South Africa, Botswana, Mauritius, where the affordability is the most, let's say, favorable. And then on the other end of the spectrum, there are countries like Lesotho, Burkina, Zimbabwe, Liberia, and others, where the percentage the percentage point is extremely high compared to the monthly gross national income. So here I come to probably the most interesting part, because everything else has been so extensively covered yesterday by the speakers. What can the institution like the World Bank Group do to help address the challenge? And here I'd like to pause for a second to say that the World Bank Group comprises several institutions, right? We have the World Bank, which works with governments and provides lending on favorable terms, so grant financing to governments. Then we have IFC, which is our private sector arm. They work with private sector companies. And we have MIGA, Multilateral Guarantee Agency, and they provide guarantees at the national level. So together we form the World Bank Group, and here you have different quadrants, and I'll explain them in a bit. But before that, device affordability is a key component under the World Bank Group new Global Challenge programs. As you might know, with the new president, that we have the approach is to see what are the key topics that have spillovers across regions, where programs that are national don't really work anymore. We need either regional or global approaches. And one of the 6 of these global challenge programs is focused on digitalization. So this means that through this GCP, the bank group will seek to find innovative and scalable solutions to address the most pressing challenges. The bottom 2 quadrants that are a bit darker are the ones that is the focus of the GCP. And the one that's the darkest is basically the core of what the World Bank, which is where I am coming from, focuses on. And this is targeted subsidies, considering the cascade approach. And the subsidies, right, they range across the subsidies for financial institutions and end-user subsidies. And end-user subsidies are basically the last resort measure that is targeting the bottom of the pyramid, the people that really cannot afford to have a device and cannot be serviced in a adequate manner by current providers. So what we do is through existing World Bank programs, and particularly social protection. We have social protection and jobs programs in almost all the countries we work with that have vouchers and in-kind of transfers to the most vulnerable population groups. We can provide this subsidies via mobile operators. retailers, or central state-owned financial institutions. I'll talk about the example of this a bit later. This could be bundled with, for example, off-grid solar home kits, like this is what we're doing in exploring in Madagascar. And the most important part, as I've already mentioned, is that the target group is the bottom of the pyramid, and there are special windows for particular population segments. What's also important is that there's lots of work and thinking behind how to ensure that there is no market distortion, and we do not affect the nascent ecosystem of mobile operator subsidy schemes through this basically publicly financed approach. And then in parallel, there's all this work jointly with our IFC and MIGO colleagues to work on possible guarantees and to work, for example, on leveraging existing or regional financial institutions to reach the device financing products available in target markets. So on the next slide, here's the overview of approaches for project supports that we have. There are four. That's right. There are four options, 2 on the subsidy, 1 on the guarantee, and 1 on the policy and regulatory work that we are very active in. So you'll see basically the most widespread option in terms of our thinking right now is option number 1, which is end-user subsidies through result-based financing. We're also exploring possibilities for bulk purchases of equipment from providers for specific groups of users, for example, in schools, health centers, and public sector institutions. We're partnering for this work with a broad range of institutions, development finance institutions, operators, and of course our government clients, who are the ones ultimately responsible for implementation of all our projects. This is also an important point. The World Bank never implements the projects. All our projects are implemented through government entities, normally central ministries and line ministries. So the important part on the subsidies is that, as I already mentioned, targeting and selection is a key challenge. How do we know who to target? How many people to target? What's the level of subsidy to set? This is all important considerations, as well as possible market distortions. On the next slide, we have a broader enabling environment package. So this is option 4, basically the work, the analytical work, the policy dialogue work across 3 topics: the taxation, enabling non-banking financial institutions, and universal service funds reforms. For taxation, we've known, and this has been discussed yesterday, right, that import duties and other national taxes, such as VAT and general sales tax, can represent close to 30 to 40% of the final consumer device cost. So this is huge, and this is a great opportunity to optimize the cost structure for the population. Another very important bucket is everything related to distribution networks that can account, that normally counts for another 30 to 40% of the total cost structure of the device. And by targeting this distribution networks, we can increase this contribution from 30 to 40% to about 12 to 20%. But beyond that, another important point, of course, is the universal service funds. We know, and this has been documented broadly, including by our counterparts in GSMA, that USFs vary in their design, vary in their efficacy rates. They often tend to sit on large undisbursed balances across countries. So it is important to have the right governance structure, disbursement mechanisms, and programs that USF support, and device affordability could be one of those programs for which financing is actually already on the books of the government at the USF. So initial design considerations, here, we follow the chain, targeting budgeting, implementation, and ensuring sustainability. Here is basically a range of questions that me and our colleagues scratch our heads about. How we target the right people, and this is where we're lucky in the sense that the World Bank is a very big family. So we have a big group of colleagues who work on social protection and social registries, and this is a great opportunity for us to tap these databases to very quickly have an addressable group of people who are the most vulnerable, who can be targeted for specific end-user subsidies for devices. And this is what we're, for example, doing in Togo, where I have an active project. Then the next question is what is the adequate subsidization level per device? And here the thinking is that it's important that it's not 100% free, that there is a share of the cost that's covered by the end user to ensure that there is ownership and sustainability. And another important consideration is the co-funding options from other institutions. And finally, who is implementing it and how? And we have various models. I'll show you. So in some countries, this is actually implemented by the private sector. In some countries like Rwanda, it's implemented by government entities. It varies across the spectrum. So here we have 3 pilots that are currently being designed and getting close to implementation in Rwanda, Mozambique, and Madagascar. We have a 4th one that's coming up in Burundi, where the feasibility work and analytical work has just been launched. So as you can see, for example, in Rwanda, there is a smart device subsidy window that is coupled with the smart device loan default guarantee window. And the loan default guarantee window is basically run by the Development Bank of Rwanda, while the smart device subsidy window is it's based on the result-based financing and approach through private sector providers. In Madagascar, there is an approach to cluster this PBFs or PBGs, grants, via MNOs and solar kits to supply energy and digital devices in rural areas. Our project in Madagascar is joint between energy and telecom to ensure that there is like a comprehensive package, and in parallel there could be, which is not yet confirmed, a demand-side intervention that would target end-user subsidies through biometric digital identification program that is being discussed with the government. So this is basically the pilots, the few pilots. So I don't have any results to report to share with you right now. Let's reconvene in a year or two and see whether and how it works. Don't throw stones at me. I'm not responsible for any of these countries. I am looking and learning because my project in Burundi is the force on the line, and we're partnering. We're partnering with all of you. So we're very happy with all your inputs and contributions. Our dear colleagues from GSMA, our dear colleagues from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, all the MNOs and government counterparts, please chip in, be with us on this journey, and thank you very much for your attention today.
Good. Thank you, Nelia. Thank you so much for that presentation and just finding out where we are now. Excuse me. We're going to go into a panel discussion, but here's what I want us to talk about. Yesterday, Mr. Motiga from Safaricom was here and was talking about developing smartphones in Africa and smartphones in Kenya. I want to talk about this for a second. If you could have the chance to name a new phone model, what would you name this phone model? Made in Kenya or made in Cairo? What would you name a phone model? What's a unique name you'd give it? Let me talk to some guys on this side. Yes, sir. GZ.
Yes, I'd call it the GZ.
Okay. Is there a rationale behind it?
Yeah, absolutely. The Gen Z.
The Gen Z.
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. Gen Z is a mindset. It's not even an age group, it's a mindset. The GZ.
Yes.
I love it. How much would it retail for?
There'd have to be a range of models, because understanding the Gen Z themselves are aspiring part of our population. Even though they might have challenges in budget. They always know where they want to go. So you need to give them several models. So maybe if you're starting with $50, but then you also have to understand what's the most important thing to them. So is it connectivity? Is it a camera, etc. Right? And then ensure that they have a path to upgrade based on, how they can improve their profession or their income. Yeah.
I like it. The GZ. Good camera, about $50. Someone else, maybe on this side. What did you name? What did you name a phone? Yes.
I'm not good at naming things actually, but maybe. Yeah, I don't know why when you asked the question, Mombasa name came to my mind. So I think Mombasa.
Wow.
Don't ask me why. It just came to my mind.
Is that where you're going to be tomorrow?
I cannot explain.
Mombasa.
Yeah.
So what would be the key feature of this phone that you're creating?
Okay. Mombasa, maybe it will be the processing power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I love it. Mombasa, GZ.
Yeah.
All right. Maureen, let's wind up with you.
I will name it Anguka Nayo.
Hey.
It will
My
be
sister.
Tautano, and it will have a prolonged battery life.
So you need to give context. You need to give context to some guys who are from other places who don't know why is it being called Angukanayo. Why are you calling it Angukanayo?
It's this is the woke generation, so the Gen Z will understand. So Angukanayo was very popular during the Gen Z movement, and they said they only fear pregnancy and a low battery. So that's the reason.
In what order?
They said low battery, then pregnancy.
Okay.
So that's the reason I would be giving it a long battery life. And Tautano is pretty much
That's 5,000 bob.
It's colloquial for 5,000 shillings, so a language that they also connect with. So Tautano, Angukanayo, it has 24 hours battery life.
Okay. So plus or minus also about 50 USD, plus or minus?
Tautano, 5,000 is $40?
About 40, yeah, 40
around
something.
Yeah.
About, okay, $40, $50.
Oh, and then I'd have it, if I can collaborate with, I'm trying, if I can collaborate with, have an inbuilt, how can they move from point A to point B? How can they access mobile taxi? How can they access Uber? How can they move?
Aha.
Yeah.
All right,
So that's
I love it.
inbuilt preset in there because they like mobility and they like convenience with mobility.
You've really given this some thought, haven't you? It's in production somewhere.
Off my feet.
I love it, I love it, I love it. Thank you. Want to go into a panel discussing the increasing smartphone access in Africa, the nuts and bolts. I'm going to ask the panelists to come up one by one. The moderator is going to be Dr. Wanjiru Mboro, who's the head of research at Qhala. He's going to be joined by Mr. Bruce Onchere from the device financing lead, Bruce, from Safaricom PLC. Adam Lane is here as well, Deputy CEO of Government Affairs, Kenya Huawei. Sebastian Codeville from Kai OS Tech is here as well. Sebastian, join us. Thank you. Linus Melly, I'm going to ask you to join us as well. He's a Senior Policy Manager at GSMA. And finally, we have Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, the Director General of ICT Commission in Tanzania, joining us on stage. We have one more coming in, right? All right, my apologies. There's one more who's coming in from Nigeria. Online, I think he's going to join us online. I'm waiting. He's on Zoom. Okay. Yeah, just go on.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, everyone. I think you have talked a lot about local manufacturing and what the consumer in Africa wants. And in this panel, we are mainly going to focus on how are we going to ensure that the consumer get a device that meets their needs, and how should we streamline the regulation and policies in Africa to ensure that the phones they get are of good quality and safe. So to start off, I'll start by maybe the panels to introduce themselves. We'll start with Linus. And maybe, as a consumer, let us know what are some of the features you enjoy on your phone, And what would you wish to be improved in future or on your current phone?
Thank you very much, Wanjiru. And you look elegant. I like your dress. So I mean, the telephone industry has really revolutionized how we do things. And good evidence is when we had COVID, and you would find people catching meetings in all manner of locations, you know, in their transit, while playing, and in various parts of their social lives. So I think what I really like in my phone, would say the maps. And you've seen how Google Maps has really revolutionized how we move around, you know. Now you can even ask it to give you suggestions to the best restaurants around you. Where is your next petrol station, gas station, and such. So I think Maps is a good app. What I would wish for improvement maybe is payments, and I think Safaricom and Airtel would be in the room, would be listening to this. I would like to be prompted on wherever I am. I am on my Facebook, someone prompts me, it takes me to my payments wallet, I pay that person or transfer money to that person. I am on my WhatsApp, it prompts me to do a payment, and I quickly, you know, pay that person and continue. Or even I can, if I prompt someone to send me money, they should just easily switch to the wallet, pay and come back. But for now, you have to pick their number, go to the wallet, paste their number, which has concerns for those people who have sent money to wrong people, and the retrieval process is very painful. Ethiopia have done something good about it. They've done you send a request for payment and it comes as a live link. You just click on it, redirects you to your wallet, you put your PIN, and the money is sent to the person. Yeah, so we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mwasaga. I'm the ICT Commissioner of Tanzania. The smartphone that I think is relevant in Africa is we need to balance the following things. First, we have to know where we came from where we are now. Most of the countries in Africa, they passed the level of digitization, the level number one, where we needed a phone just to make calls, to do payments, using text and things like that. And many countries now, they're in digitalization. Now, in a digitalization, we talk about digital public infrastructure, where we talk about digital ID, interoperability of the systems, digital payment, digital taxation. Now, the smartphone of now should handle those type of applications that are supporting digital public infrastructure, because that's where we are going. But technically now we have to look at the limitation. Not limitation of someone who is living in Nairobi or Dar es Salaam, limitation of people who are in a rural area, where there are issues with electricity in some, because if I look at a continent, there are some places there are really issues. So in the design of that smartphone, we really need to balance between crucial application that an ordinary African need and the capacity of the battery. Because in the design of smartphone, that is where the crux of matter is. You can put many applications on it. You have to understand, when those applications are working, they utilize battery. So the design has to look at the balances on what type of application which are needed, and we design those. Now, when it comes to certification, of course, certification, there are things that we cannot lower the standard. For example, the issue of health, the issue of course, the electricity also comes, and other things that have to be considered when we design these things. And of course, now, when we want to design, say, a smartphone that can last a week, means we have to have fewer applications. Those crucial applications that we want. So study need to be done to understand what type of application that truly an ordinary African that need, so that they'll be able to interact in the e-commerce, to interact with the government services and things like that. Then that can be an entry-level smartphone that we need. And then, of course, the private sector is the one that's going to lead on this. So for those who are in higher end, they can have their own type of smartphone that will cater for them. So this is the direction that I see that it will be viable for us to move on, where we balance the requirement of application that actually an ordinary African need, and the battery, and the other hardware like the storage and things like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Sébastien Cotteville from KOS Technology. So question was, what are the feature I value into the smartphone, and what need to be improved? So I've been living abroad for 25 years, outside of my country, mostly in China. In the everyday life, I don't have anything in the pocket except my smartphone. The identity, the payment, the communication, the link to the family, my work is on my smartphone. So this is what I value, actually. It's the tool for every day for me. And the problem is definitely the battery, because when you run out of battery, you can't get anything. So battery life for me is very key on the phones today. It's the real big challenge.
My name is Adam Lane. I work with Huawei Kenya. I guess I would say that what's made my life most easy with the mobile phone is the use of fingerprint and facial recognition to address all the issues of forgetting and losing passwords or not using passwords, and having security and safety, and seeing that now integrated into so many apps, not just purchasing apps, even WhatsApp and other things to do that. So I think for me, that's something that I think has probably changed the most in the last 5 years, and has really made a big impact in efficiency and also security. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. So Bruce Onchai is my name within Safaricom. Without repeating what the team has said, I think for me is storage. I think over the years, smartphones have been improving. The quality of photos and what we are sharing is actually taking a lot of storage. So for me is, how do we transition to cloud storage? Because whatever the users are actually demanding from a device is not enough. So how do we expand the storage to actually a cloud solution? I've been paying, I think, for Google the last 2 years just to ensure that I keep all my photos. So how do we enable that for every customer? So instead of actually charging, how do we actually have cloud-based solutions for all smartphones across the different segments?
Mr. Osai?
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Osai Zedo, the chairman of Imose Technologies, manufacturer of smartphones here in Nigeria. So when I look at the kind of smartphones that Africans need, I look at the gaps that we're seeking to close with smartphone adoption in Africa, particularly in underserved communities. We quickly realize that for a lot of them, they don't need fancy stuff. Across many parts of Africa, power supply remains a big challenge. So one key feature, which is one of the things that we have really focused on as a unique selling point in our devices, to ensure that the battery is significantly larger, and we would give up form factor and sleekness, and sacrifice that for bigger batteries, so that individuals in those low-income environments that we truly want to reach, bridge the digital divide, have access to their devices for a longer period. That's a key feature. Another key feature is accessibility. We need to make certain that the devices are easy to use, and of course, safety and security. But the reality is, if we're riding on Android or Google-based platforms rather, most of these features are already built in. So I think a lot of the work needs to be done on the hardware to ensure that when individuals, particularly in those underserved communities, have access to their smartphones, they don't miss their feature phone. Because a lot of them are transitioning from 2G feature phones, which tend to be easier to use, got buttons, usually better battery life, into a smartphone. So we need to make that transition easy for them and really focus on indigenous adaptations that work for them. So those will be my contributions to the kind of devices we need in Africa.
Thank you so much. So our first question is trying to understand, we need to understand the consumer needs before we produce the phones. And right now we have just been talking about the specification and what we should consider before we develop the smartphone that African people can use. And I'll start with you, Mr. Sebastian. Yesterday you mentioned that Kai OS, you have transitioned, you have feature phone that are transitioning to smartphone that use 3G enabled and are affordable. You said they're $15. So I want to understand, in terms of before you developed this smartphone, what are some of the consumer needs that you considered, and who were the target users that you were focusing on?
Yeah. So. So I think yesterday in the presentation, in your presentation, and also in the GSMA presentation, we talk about what is essential. I think our focus from the operating system perspective is to enable the access, or was in the past years to enable the access to 4G technology. So all the devices we ship are 4G enabled. So it's 4G, 3G, 2G backward compatible, of course. And so this was the first element. The second element is the battery life with a smart feature phone, and this connect to what my neighbor was talking about. You have less data consumption because the screen resolution is smaller. You have less services running on the device, so actually the battery life is longer by construction, by architecture. So you get 5 days, 6 days, 7 days of battery life on your device, which is something you can't get on an entry smartphone, except if you design, as our friends from IMOSE was talking about, the very large battery phones, smartphones. So this is the second point. The third point, which is new for us, is to include financial services from start. So in the new generation of KOS that will be launching beginning of next year, we actually include financial education, financial inclusion in the operating system. So from start, we add some missions, some journey, education journey to bring the people into financial services. Because one thing I noted also from the presentation yesterday is if we can convert the smartphone or the smart feature phone, the smart device, let's say, into a source of revenue or source of wealth, we will win the customer. We will convert the customer. If they can get wealthier by using a device with more capability instead of using a 2G phone, we'll get better. Because the real problem is today people, it's not the mobile operator who are selling 2G feature phone. It's not sold into the mobile operator network. It's sold in the open market. It's sold at very, very affordable price. So you need to convince this customer to move to 4G and to move on to a smart device. And you can only do that if they get a benefit out of it. If they get a smartphone and they disconnect the data, they don't use the data, they get no benefit out of it. So what we are trying to do is really to include the financial inclusion and make sure that from day one, the smart device become a source of wealth, a source of income.
Thank you for that answer. Immersive technology in Nigeria, they are manufacturing or assembling various devices. And one thing I would like to know from you, Mr. Osai, how do you ensure that the smartphone that you are manufacturing are affordable and ensuring that the functionalities meet the user's needs?
All right, thank you. So we don't just produce smartphones, we produce a range of devices. So for example, we produce tablets. We are the largest indigenous producers of tablets, educational tablets in Nigeria today. And we've partnered with sub-national governments here to distribute tablets to teachers and students. We've gone a step further to create an education technology company so that we provide a complete solution when we put those tablets in the hands of teachers and students. So for us, our goal is to ensure as much as possible that when our end users engage with our smart devices, they're getting a complete solution. We've gone ahead to secure an MVNO license here in Nigeria, and we're also working with the MNOs to provide SIM cards and data bundles with our devices as we move them into the marketplace. Now that's critical because for that transition to happen, we need to make it as easy and seamless as possible for users to access the device, get the complete solution that they seek, and then also come up with creative ways, working with device financing organizations to provide buy now, pay later solutions. Those are some creative ways that we try to really deploy to ensure that we're reaching users across the board. Our range of devices, start from really entry level all the way to what we call low premium. And the idea really is to try and capture the mass of the market, because even though in a country like Nigeria, we have over 200 million people, folks that can actually afford to pay, $50, $100 for smart devices are not very many. So if we really want to capture the mass of the market, there have to be creative solutions to bring them on board and get them into the digital age.
Thank you so much. You have talked about device financing, and we have seen even from the presentation that World Bank has made right now, that's the way that we can improve smartphone adoption in Africa. Most people are not able to afford to buy a smartphone, so they mainly use the device financing option. So over to you, Bruce. How is Safaricom using device financing to ensure that most of the, I'll say, Kenyans have access to a smartphone? And what other device financing options are you offering?
Yeah, thanks, 10. I think Safaricom plays a very significant role in terms of how we address the low-income earners, because that's where the biggest opportunity lies. So over the last 4 years, we realized there's a specific need in terms of customers who do not have smartphones. So almost 40% of the Safaricom subscribers do not own 2G devices. So with that, we introduced Lipa Mdogo Mdogo, which pretty much translates to how do I put it? Customers are able to pay slowly by the time they own a smartphone. So for as low as 20 shillings, a customer can actually get a smartphone and pay for it over a period of a year. So so there are two models. So there's Lipa Mdogo Mdogo, Safaricom financed, and then also collaborating very closely with other partners like Mkopa, Watu Simu, OnPhone. We're able to give customers that opportunity. So with that, using also the M-Pesa ecosystem, we're able to come up with credit scoring mechanics to be able to give customers an opportunity to actually afford a device.
Thank you, Bruce. And when you talk about affordability, I know we mainly focus on the device, the handset itself. But based on the presentation we had yesterday, there's also data affordability. People can own a smartphone, but they can't afford the data. So, Mr. Adam, I would like you to talk about affordability in terms of the handset itself and data. How can we ensure that people who own a smartphone can also afford the data? What are the measures that should be taken to ensure that data and handset affordability, the smartphone we have, affordability in terms of data and also the handset itself?
Thank you. Yeah, I think when we think about affordability, it's the total cost of using, not just owning, but using over the course of however many months, years, or much longer. And of course, the device itself is only a small amount of that cost. There's also the energy cost, as was mentioned, but also, of course, most importantly, I think, as our colleagues here mentioned, the data cost too. I think in reality, reducing the cost of physical hardware is very difficult because of the economics of it. I'm sure I missed yesterday, but I'm sure people talked about it. And of course, it's an issue of scale. It's also an issue of quality. And you're making something cheaper that just breaks but doesn't last very long, of course, is not that helpful. But of course, the data aspect is something that is much easier to be flexible with in terms of pricing. Data itself, the marginal cost can be very low to the operator because data, in a sense, is flowing, whether it's being used or not being used to some extent. So, generally, operators tend to give a few GB of data for free or something when you buy a phone or when you get a SIM card or whatever. There's a lot more opportunity, I think, to be more ambitious in providing that. Maybe it can be linked to other things, like usage aspects. Of course, right now, generally, things like WhatsApp and stuff often are free as well in certain data bundles. There's a challenge where the higher end users pay less per GB than the lower end users. If you get time limited bundles, they're cheaper than unlimited bundles. If you get a 10 GB package, you'll pay less per GB than getting a 1 GB package, for example, which is the same in most things that are hardware based. Like if you go to a shop and buy toilet roll or something, you often find buying a pack of 10 per item is cheaper than buying 10 individual ones, for example. But in the world of digital, it doesn't always have to be that way. So I think there's an opportunity to be more ambitious in providing cheaper data or free data. And you can also link data, right, to a SIM card, which is linked to somebody's ID. Subsidizing a device is very hard to stop that device from being moved to other people. They may not need that device or may benefit or resell a device. But with data, it's much easier to link it to somebody's SIM card and ID card in most countries. So if you're looking at subsidy models, I think also subsidizing data is also a more interesting way maybe than subsidizing devices. Also, you can do like sponsored data. So you could subsidize data of certain kinds. So you could go to government websites or education websites for free, or highly subsidized, for example, paid by whoever the user, the government, for example, or the education provider, or by the operator or somebody else, maybe not subsidizing other websites that maybe don't bring as much social benefit if you want to support social goals as well as digital inclusion goals. So I think that aspect is really interesting, as a colleague Given Safaricom talked about the idea of a cloud phone. So in some countries now, it's becoming more and more common that you give a very, very basic phone in terms of the CPU or GPU and in terms of the storage as well. Because if connectivity is cheap or free to some extent, then you can access the storage on the cloud anytime you want, if there's network most of the time. And all the processing can be done in the cloud as well, playing games or doing anything like that. And it can even be more secure, actually, if something's hosted on the cloud than is hosted on the phone too, to some extent. So I think that's the big trend going forward. But of course, a cloud-based phone needs to have cheap data in order to use those cloud-based functions, so that the two are inherently entwined. But we've seen a lot of progress in that space. And of course, if you have something stored in the cloud, you can get huge economy of scale. The processing and the storage can be shared across thousands or millions of users, for example. And then, of course, it can also address some of the power issues too, potentially too, though I know, of course, using data does use power as well, using your network. So that was the main thing. Of course, on Huawei's side, we're the main network infrastructure provider. I didn't introduce myself properly maybe at the beginning, but we're not really that big into the mobile device space. It's still part of our business. Our biggest business is around telecoms infrastructure, as well as the IT and mobile money solutions and things as well. So we're doing all we can to make that as cheap as possible. both in the CapEx side, in terms of building mobile base stations or Wi-Fi access points and things like that, but also in the OpEx and the power aspect. Actually, the biggest cost of a mobile base station is not technically like the telecoms bit on the station and the base station. It's normally the steel to build the base station, and then it's the energy to power that base station over however many years you're charging it for. So for us, a big push is on solar power and the batteries and other innovations around the energy management. You can turn off base stations or downgrade base stations at night when it's not being used. You can actually direct antennas to follow people around, so you're not using all the antennas at certain times. There's a huge amount we're doing around energy efficiency to reduce the cost of powering and managing a base station, which hopefully can enable operators to also pass those costs on as well. But maybe I'll stop talking for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those insights. I will go to you, Linus. As GSMA, I think we have been talking about the consumer preferences. What should we enhance and what should we be looking at? And we have talked about affordability, and yesterday we talked about willingness. So as GSMA, based on all this information and the data you have collected about the customer preferences, what are you doing, and what are some of the partnerships that you have established to ensure that the smartphone adoption improves in Africa?
Thank you very much, Wanjiru, Dr. Wanjiru. I would like, first of all, to show again to our listeners the opportunity that is available for this industry in Africa. So as we speak, again, the numbers that we talked about yesterday, there is about 1.2 billion people in the sub-Saharan Africa, and of this, there's only about 500 million who are using some form of connectivity. So of these 500 million, there's only 300 million who know about mobile broadband and are using it. So that means we have another 200 million who are using feature phones. And we have estimated that by 2030, there will be another increase of 200 million people into broadband. So that means then this conversation that we're having is quite timely in terms of preparing us to move into the future. So we have partnered with various researchers and various MNOs to drill down this information into the detail of it, look at what customers want, why are people not getting connected, what would we do from a policy perspective to increase connectivity. And we've established, for instance, that a good number, about 33% of customers or of people in Kenya would be very happy with that $10 mobile device. And while that is quite some big task for the manufacturers and assemblers in this room, it is something that gives a starting point. You know, where are we from a customer perspective, and where are we going? We've also seen that a significant number of customers, as you heard from this panel as well, would like a device that has a good battery. And you know, as you layer requirements into this device, remember it was an entry-level device, but as you layer requirements into it, then the cost also goes up. So then that balance, so we are saying to balance this, maybe to increase smartphone affordability and increase penetration, would we do with maybe a $20 phone and see how many people are going to, you know, to onboard? So GSMA has done these studies in Kenya. We've also done it in Rwanda. We've also done it in Zambia, South Africa, and also doing it in DRC to help our members understand the industries that they're dealing in. You know, once you have preferences for this market, then as as manufacturers, as assemblers, then you can tailor your costs, tailor your product, assess your costs, and see which of these markets is beneficial for me, or which of these markets, given the array of requirements and the nature of costs and efficiencies that I have, am I able to go into and monetize? So this is information that is available. Qhala will tell you that we've partnered with them to do these studies as well. And it is for us now to go into the information and see what do we have in it that can be beneficial for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Linus. We have heard about the organization, the way they're providing device financing, from manufacturing, providing device financing, and also trying to understand what the consumer needs. From the government, Dr. Masanga, there are regulations that need to be set to reduce the cost of smartphone. We know most of the smartphones we have in Africa, they're imported. Yesterday you talked about the manufacturing in Tanzania, which is good. But at the same time, we are importing phones from abroad. So what regulations has ICT Commission in Tanzania set to ensure that the cost of smartphone is reduced so that most people can have access to this device?
That's a very good question. From the standpoint of ICT Commission in the context of Tanzania, we want to foster competition. We don't want to create an environment where we isolate ourselves. We don't want competition from other places. We believe strongly on innovation, and we want anyone that is into this business, they have to come with innovative solutions. From my point of view, I don't see that these imported smartphones, they really cater the needs of an ordinary Tanzanian. Many of them, they come with a lot of features, and most of the feature, you'll find that someone is not using them. So what I believe, for those who are doing local manufacturing, they really need to invest in design. Because like the way I said yesterday, the same machine that is producing iPhone number, I don't know what, can also produce a very cheaper smartphone, because it depends on the components that you source. So I think our biggest challenge is into design. We need to invest on design. And design doesn't cost a lot. You need to have universities, people that are doing research, people who have studied electronics, so that we can come with our own design that has features which are truly, truly needed. Many people that I have heard yesterday that they talk about these very fancy smartphones, you find maybe they are using 10% of the features. The rest of the features, they don't use them at all, right? So that's where the things have to be done in the side of supply. Now, in the part of the government, of course, we need to create a level field environment where we put a regulation that will enable startups, especially startups, to be able to come out with a solution that they are needed, and solution that can truly, truly cater to the market of our country. So like I said before, we have a company, it's a private, it's not government, that they've started to manufacture different kind of devices, including smartphones. I think 2 years ago, they've started to do that. So we are looking at them, seeing which challenges that they have, and trying to make sure that we have flexible regulation to enable them to grow, and also to create an environment where they can come and invest. And of course, we have started to see that there are a number of companies from China. They've shown great interest to invest in my country. The reason is, like the way I said yesterday, the actual number of smartphones that we have, that we can see them in our systems, there are 22 million, right? We know smartphones, they don't have, that is, they can work for life. Their life maybe 3 years, 4 years, so that 22 million basically is the market of itself. So we need innovation, to say the truth. We need innovation in the part of government because we are leading this transformation. We have to ensure that the innovation which are done can be done in the way that for someone to use smartphone, it's not necessary that it's supposed to know English, right? Some people, they have to do innovation to cut off in the language that people, they understand, in Kiswahili, and we have other languages in Tanzania. We have around 125 languages in our country. So anyone who can do design and kata for a certain group of people, they can make a fortune. Other thing is to build the skills. There is basic skills on how to use smartphone for economic activities, because that's an area that we need to emphasize more. I'm not saying that chatting and these things are bad, or social media, but we have to give skills so that they can use smartphone for economic activity. Then there is the skills which we call intermediate for technicians and things like that, and advanced skills for people who are studying in university so that they can always be innovating. Then there's the issue that I've seen here. We say we have to transit from feature phone to smartphone, but there's an issue of cybersecurity. I know people in advanced country, they're professors, but they have boycotted using smartphone because they say they are not secure. So in the case of Africa, the area of cybersecurity, we need to work with it very well. Because if cybersecurity will not be solved, we are going to erode trust. And if there will be no trust, uptake will be low. So we're concentrating on cybersecurity. Of course, our ranking now has been, we have been ranking very high, but there's an issue of data protection and consumer protection. Then there's an issue of ensuring that we provide 3G, 4G, and 5G. In 3G, like the way I said yesterday, we have reached 94% penetration, 4G 84, 5G 15%, but we're still working on it to ensure that we reach higher percentage. In 5G, we are using it as a backhaul infrastructure. We have not yet started to use, because you have to start to see phones which are 5G so that we can do that. Then we have the whole strategy of 10 years of digital economy, where I've said we are about to roll digital ID number to all Tanzanians. So the smartphones, they need to be able to support that. We have already the instant payment system, which is the government, and then we are building the interoperability platforms so that now we'll be able to do two things which are very crucial in the financing for smartphones. One is eKYC. Smartphone should be a device that will enable that process, and also should have a feature that supports e-signature, because we want to use these systems to support e-commerce. And those two things are very crucial in the cybersecurity, in the digital economy. The last pillar that we are looking at is a research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, so that we can support startups to be able to lead in this wave that we are in the smartphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari, and thank you so much for introducing that topic of cybersecurity. And that has been an issue where consumers tend not to use the smartphone because they don't feel safe. So in terms of manufacture, and I'll pose this question to Mr. Osai, how are you ensuring that the smartphones that you're manufacturing, what are some of the standardization and certification processes that you're following to ensure that the devices you're producing are safe and safe to be used by the people, by the consumer you're selling these devices to?
All right. So first of all our manufacturing facilities are ISO certified. And that, first of all, ensures that we follow very rigorous quality assurance and quality control processes in producing those devices. But locally here in Nigeria, we have two organizations that really focus on ensuring that there's robust regulation with respect to devices that are put into the telecommunications network. We've got NIDA and NCC, and they both provide type approval processes for all these devices. And all of our devices go through very rigorous type approval process, laboratory tests, cybersecurity evaluations, and the likes before we get type approval certificates that allows to sell into the Nigerian market. And these type approval processes align very strongly with global standards. And I think devices that have gone through that processes, or OEMs that have gone through that processes, would appreciate the rigor that is required to become certified. So we believe that that process enables us to, provide devices to the market that have really reached the level that is required to meet global standards. But I think just to add to some of the points Dr. Musanga made, devices that are for Africans needs to be designed really for Africans, and that's why we are very big on R&D and indigenous adaptations. For the folks that are yet to come on this digital journey, the over 200 million people that already own phones but not yet smartphones, what they need are not the fancy stuff. They need very basic stuff that really meets their needs where they are. Things like local language adaptations, things like large battery life, things like being able to go on learning journeys on their devices. That's why we are very big on education, really making certain that those devices can help individuals alter lifelong outcomes. So most of our devices, particularly our tablets, come with our EduTech platform pre-installed, and we deliver content in local African languages. Even in Kenya, where we currently also sell some of our devices, we deliver content in Swahili and align with the new Kenyan curriculum, particularly for the K-12 grades. Those kind of solutions are what Africans who are trying to bridge that digital divide really want. And those platforms can deliver life-changing outcomes. Because you imagine a young learner who otherwise will not have access to quality tutoring because of where they are, with a tablet and education technology platforms and content, they can now have access to the best and the brightest tutors and truly go on exciting learning journeys that will enable them, complete their education journey, at the highest level. And that truly can have, life-changing outcomes. So it has to be a robust process. There has to be a plan to help those people. And that's where donor agencies, development partners really need to come in. It's going to be challenging to ever deliver smartphones or tablets at $10, right? So there has to be a push to bridge that gap, either in the form of grants, working with, established producers like ourselves to reach those communities, because we're there, we know those people. And what that does is, as it creates a large enough market, we can then move back to carry out significant backward integration that will truly help us deliver made in Africa devices. So it's got to be a process, a very collaborative process across all of the stakeholder groups.
Thank you. Mr. Sebastian, we are talking about designing with Africans for Africans. For KaiOS, how are you partnering with MNOs, the government, to ensure that the content or the apps that on the smartphone itself, the phone itself that you are producing meets the need of African people in terms of localizing the content, in terms of the application that you have designed? How are you partnering with the government and MNOs to ensure that it's the correct content?
Yeah, so maybe I'll go back to what we've done successfully in India. I was explaining that yesterday. So in India, we design a phone, the geophone, specially for Indian content, for Indian usage. So I completely agree with you on the ecosystem. The ecosystem and the value of the phone. So the phone is not a smartphone as we know it. It's a smart device, but it's a 4G It has Wi-Fi and so on. And it has limited number of applications. When we launched in India, the GEO actually developed around 15 services. Like on this, you have TV, you have chat capability, you can do a video call, you can pay, you can have access to education content on a small device. So we've done it in the past, we've done it with the operator, with local developer. The platform is an open ecosystem, so anybody can develop application on it. So in Africa, we are currently, I was explaining also yesterday, we are currently doing a pilot, or we want to start a pilot beginning of next year, where we bring similar devices with local partner, and the focus will be on financial inclusion. It will be how to make sure that this phone generate income, generate wealth for the people. So we have already an ecosystem of application, but what we want to add is local financial services to enable that. And maybe I just come back once again. I want to repeat something I said yesterday, but I think it's very important. I've worked for past 25 years on designing mobile phone. So I come from a hardware manufacturer. In the hardware side, we've been working on removing cost everywhere around the components, around the architecture, the number of layers of PCB, the technology we use, and so on. So there's so much you can do. Yesterday, the people from Safaricom was talking about smartphone, 4G smartphone at 50. You can find a smartphone maybe a little bit lower. The issue today is people are buying 2G feature phone in the open market. 2G feature phone cost $5 to $6. So there's a lot of things to do between the 2G feature phone and the entry smartphone. Of course, we can use device financing. It helps, but it only addresses a part of the gap. Only maybe bring down the feeling of affordability of the device a little bit. The people spread the payment over a couple of months. It increased the cost, the overall cost of ownership of the smartphone, because the financing has a cost. But it's good because more people can afford it. But I strongly believe, and it's the message I want to pass today, it's not enough. If we want to address the 600 million, you say, or 400 million people, we need to connect. So we are open for partnership. We are here to find local partners because you know the market. We don't know the market like you do. We want to work with local partnership to bring that together. And the last point I want to add is the financing of the phone is not, the operator, they can't finance, let's say, the $50 smartphone, bring it to $10. It does not make sense from an economic perspective. But if we bring several partners together, the operator, maybe the banks, maybe the insurance, maybe the content provider, all together, each of them can finance a little bit of the gap. And it's not the consumer who is paying, it's the ecosystem who is paying for this affordability gap. So these were the point I wanted to address.
Bruce, in terms of yesterday, we listened to the presentation where we were talking about people talking about connectivity experience. We know Safaricom has network coverage in Kenya, 98% for the 4G. So in terms of ensuring that connection, especially in the rural area, because that's one thing, you might have a smartphone, but you're not using it because the connection is not good. How are you addressing that to ensure that most people are using the smartphone to access online content?
Thanks, Wanjiru. I think Safaricom plays a very pivotal role in terms of driving adoption of smartphones. And I think the key elements around accessibility, affordability, and usability of digital services is to ensure that we offer quality of service. So one of the pillars that Safaricom, I think, adheres to, and even from a regulatory point of view, is to ensure that we have uptime across the network services. And secondly is to ensure that the whole ecosystem in terms of financial inclusion, to ensure that the M-Pesa ecosystem is actually supported at the end of the day. So in terms of coverage, I think it's very clear. We are at 98% in terms of coverage across both urban and rural population. And then the cost of internet. I think one of the items that has actually been addressed is how do I ensure that every customer at the end of the day is able to afford afford and access the network services, from data to voice to M-Pesa in terms of connectivity. Then at the end of the day, it's how do we ensure that the network is reliable to all our customers in terms of connectivity. I think that's the main goal from Safaricom. Yeah.
And I think we have less than 10 minutes. There's an issue of standardization, also going back to standardization and certification. Maybe I'll pose that question to Linus and Dr. Mosanga. In terms of regulations and policy to ensure that the smartphones, we are talking about manufacturing a smartphone that will be usable and meet the need of African people. Maybe in terms of GSMA and ICT Commission in Tanzania, maybe if you can speak briefly, how can we ensure that the smartphones, the regulations that are set will ensure that the smartphone will be safe from a GSMA perspective and also from ICT Commission?
Thank you very much, Dr. Anjiru. So the GSMA, as I said yesterday, and if you could recall the history of how it came into existence, was basically to ensure that there was relatable, seamless services across the various jurisdictions. And one of the ways to do this is to set a benchmark and ask that members, if you really want to be part of us, then you have to meet this benchmark. And I think we've done that for various services, and we have some certifications for our members where you show to us that you can meet these benchmarks in terms of quality, and then now we certify you for that. So that's what we've done briefly to ensure that the customer is experiencing seamlessness across the various jurisdictions. And also, I also talked about cross-border communications and essentially roaming. So when we are doing devices now in Kenya for our EDAC, and then we've also had that Tanzania is doing their devices. I know Ethiopia will soon be partnering with ZTE to do their devices. We also have to make sure that these devices are able to give seamless experiences when I cross the border to another country. So that's also something that I'm very interested in your smart device. I don't know, is it open source or is it closed? I know that's something we can discuss of this meeting. But those are some of the things that we have to consider as GSMA to make sure that our members experience that seamlessness across. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there are two things which we need to look at. In terms of Tanzania, we are about to launch a type approval lab. I think it's 95% done already, so that we'll be able to certify the devices. So in the certification, there's a number of things that you need to look. And of course, we need to comply with international, like ISO and things like that, in terms of health, in terms of electricity, ports and things like that. That is, we create smartphones, or smartphones that are imported in Tanzania, they comply with our local standards. Or if you design in Tanzania, that same smartphone can be used everywhere in the world. But that's one. Two, we have to understand smartphone as a smartphone is just a platform. It's just a device. What interests someone to use it is application. So in the application, we need to ensure that we look at an operation system. I like what he was talking about. If we intend to create our own smartphone, then I think we need to create our own operation system, if that is possible. And then there's a number of applications which are going to be built on top of it. Also, we have to look at that. And that's where I see startups is an area where they can be able to innovate a lot. Now, standardization is very important in the development of these applications to ensure that they develop something that it can be ported in different smartphones of other places. Of course, I know in the mobile industry, we see that we truly depend on app stores and things like that. So I think at the continent also we need to create something of our own, right? So that startup will be able to upload it into, I don't know how we are going to call Africa store or whatever, but we need to do that. We can't be depending on that, because if one day they'll start to charge, you'll find that what you are thinking that is a cheap smartphone, it can end up being expensive, right? Because people, they're interacting with applications. They don't interact with an hardware that you have. So the more applications that you have that are charged, of course, the total cost of ownership is going to go up. So what I can say is we do look at standardization and also certification. Those are two things that we need to look at. Thank you.
Adam, you've been engaging, you've been partnering with the government of Kenya in terms also of standardization. Maybe if you could speak to that in terms of certification and standardization in Kenya. How are you involved? How is Huawei involved? And maybe if you could speak to that a little bit.
Okay, maybe I won't repeat what everyone else has said, though I'll just say a couple of things. The first is maybe an interesting example that a lot of the cost of connectivity can be reduced in terms of the infrastructure as well. So the government of Kenya launched a new building code a few months ago. It comes into effect from March next year, which means every building built in Kenya, whether it's a single family home or a school or an office building or a big apartment block, has to come with ducting and everything so you can install fiber very easily, very quickly and very cheaply. That will save a lot of time, a lot of money, and also encourage competition in home fiber into houses. For example, there's similar issues with road infrastructure. I know other people here also look at this issue about how you can reduce the cost of installing fiber into roads, reducing costs and reducing cuts to fiber and other things. So all of these are where standards also come into it. The only thing, I think somebody told me that there's standards for speed bumps in Kenya. And I think I laughed when somebody said there are, because I think I've come across about 4,000 different types of speed bumps in Kenya. I don't imagine there's 4,000 different standards. There's probably just 2 or 3, but nobody follows any of them from what I can tell. So having standards is one thing. Enforcing them, of course, and using them is another important topic. So it's just an example where an industry-wide standard or other aspects of the supply chain can also have a big impact. Rather than just specific devices on health and safety and so on. Of course, some standards are voluntary, some standards are mandatory. And understanding that, I think, is also important. I know we're running out of time. I also wanted to mention briefly the issue of cybersecurity. I know it was touched on as well. I think there's also something around standards in that space that would be helpful. So far, we've not got clear guidelines I'm aware of standards around apps and software. Of course, the Google Play Store and Apple, the App Store, whatever Apple called it, have some kind of standards. No one here gets to have any input into those standards. They're decided in the US, but what standards are in the software, what gets approved, what doesn't get approved, what commission is taken out of those stores. We talked about having a local app store. The only reason I can think of that, honestly, is just because of the issue of commissions going to US companies. Having another app store locally doesn't help much. African developers can create apps and upload them. The problem is they're losing a lot of money to the owners of those app stores, who I guess currently are mostly in the US, so maybe iOS is separate, so maybe they can have lower commissions, so they can talk about that later. But that's a huge issue, right? If you want to create content, local relevant content, and make money out of it, because making content that can't make money is not going to be very scalable content, that's the problem when you lose commissions overseas. So maybe there's also a way for regulation and standards around that. We've seen in some countries very aggressive attempts to limit those commissions. I think that's something I'd love to see more African governments also take a stance on and get more engaged in taking on some of the big tech companies, if one can use that wording or other wording, I don't know. And there's a huge market here, right? So how do we work together? I know there's the idea of the AU and AfCFTA. How can we collaborate to address those issues, which I think would also be really important. And also then to ensure that whatever apps are loaded are still safe. I think the biggest issue, we touched on it earlier when we were chatting on them also at the time, was the issue of fraud and how people are afraid of using smartphones, and not just smartphones, also feature phones and just normal phone calls and text messages. But it's a huge issue. I think it's becoming a bigger and bigger issue, actually, even now with AI, making it easier to try and spam people and convince people to give them information they shouldn't be giving them. I think we have to try and work out how to address that issue, and some role of standards and things. Hardware, software, and also awareness and behavior is also important in that topic. So I wanted to mention that because I think that's a huge barrier to the uptake of phones, or even worse, people get phones and then suffer the consequences and don't benefit from using phones because they lose money or they're accessing bad apps or whatever happens to be, or getting even incorrect health information. And then they start taking medication they shouldn't be taking or something, or doing bad things. So I wanted to bring that topic up. I think it's a really important topic. Linked to that, my last comment was, in some Western countries, they've now got approval for things like e-health apps. And then certified as like medical devices or medical information or whatever. They've been approved, the content meets local government requirements, just like a medicine would as well. I've not yet seen many agencies do that yet. I know in Kenya's got a digital health authority that's now sort of being set up. They may start to embark on that journey. I think it's also really important that when people do access information, whether it's health or otherwise, it's also legitimate information that's verified and approved by the regulators as well. And that's, I think, really critical, because that's also one of my big fears going forward. Sorry for taking too long. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe if we can get 2 questions from the audience. I know we are past time. Just 2 questions to the panelists. If there is any question before we can leave. Yeah, we can start with you.
Actually, sure, we are all of us. We are looking for the affordable phones for the. I think that like you are mentioned about 400 or 500 million not using either like the or utilizing phones, digital phones. But we would like to provide like affordable and low-cost phones, and how to compromise really by low-cost phones and with the applications. It's like okay, we can provide 4G phones, but with not smart features, but we are limiting these phones with certain applications. That is, I think this is a little bit risky, like while that like they would like I'd like to push them to use and utilize all the digital applications or digital services or government services or financial services and so on, and how to compromise between the cost and the applications, and applications need more storage, need more size, need more power. I think this is a challenge, and actually, yes, I agree, sure, with Mr. Masaga, Dr. Masaga, about like for designing applications and develop more applications and so on. But I think this will limit us. This will take long time in the long term, okay, to develop the African stores and so on. But in the meantime, we have to utilize and use the current stores and to engage more people as much as possible to use the digital application. This is an issue. Yeah.
Thank you very much and good morning. Great presentations. My question is to Mr. Osai. Just to check what's considered percentage of local content for their operation, and what support is provided by government, whether incentives or whatever for their operation. Mr. Osai Temba from the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. Thank you.
Mr. Osai, that was your question.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. We get that question a lot these days. So today, we are actively tracking the percentage of our local content on our devices. We're somewhere around 32% today. And we have a plan that we're working very aggressively to cross the 50% mark. We try to work with local vendors to help get them to that point where they can actively supply us with elements in our supply chain. It's been an uphill battle, as you can expect, but we're beginning to see a lot of progress. We've been in business for 10 years. So over that time, we've really had to learn. We've had to actually build some of the components ourselves. Basic things like packaging, to surprise you that, we still are challenged in terms of capacity to deliver even a gift box that meets international standard. So we've had to, invest in some form of backward integration to build capacity. So while 32%, work is ongoing to see how we move that number a bit higher. In terms of government support, I would say in the last year or two, we begin to see a bit more engagement with the government. There's a big push now, particularly in Nigeria. We call it Buy Nigeria to Save the Naira, which is essentially buying Nigerian products to improve the value of our local currency. Just last week, the Minister of Communication and Innovation and Digital Economy in Nigeria was in our factory to engage us with his entire team and leadership team across some of the agencies within his ministry to understand how they can support us better. So conversations are ongoing, tax holidays, removing or reducing import duties on some of the components that we import. Those discussions are progressing pretty well. And we're quite confident that, if we sustain this momentum and the level of engagement, we'll see better government support. We'll also like to, see more support around movement of goods across the African continent, because we are confident that as we continue to improve our quality and the variation of our products, we can easily serve neighboring countries across West Africa and even Central Africa. So we'd love to have more conversations with the African Free Trade, Secretariat for areas of collaboration and enhanced support.
Yeah, I would just like to just give one point that we need to consider in the continent, that we have to provide privilege for the following things. For smartphones which have been designed in Africa, there must be privilege for that. Smartphones which has been made in Africa, there have to be a separate privilege on that. And smartphone which has been manufactured in Africa. Because I see that we concentrate more in manufacturing, but if you look globally, there are countries which they have privilege for designing, or they have privilege for made in your country, or manufacturing in your country. So we have to differentiate this, and we have to create privilege based on each category. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe if we can get a parting shot from all of us as we end this. Sorry for this, but we need to get this parting shot. Maybe you can start from Ruth, then we can end this. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Wanziro. I think for me, it will be very specific. I think to Ms. Anelia, great presentation. I think the only concern is why Safaricom is not part of the pilot program. I think looking forward to include Kenya as part of the pilot. Thanks.
I think that's interesting to hear about the pilot programs. I also agree. I hope there can be some also that look at issues of sponsored data, subsidized data, and how that impacts social benefits of phones, as well as, of course, the economic affordability of accessing and using phones, but also issues of taxation, not just on phones, but also on data as well. Maybe there can be tiered data. If you're only using 1 GB a month or something, you pay 5% tax. If you're using 5 GB a month, maybe you pay 10, 20%, something like this, like you do with income tax, because taxation on data as much as phones, I'm sure it was discussed yesterday, is really killing the industry, its growth and reach. And actually, it's just increasing in many countries and making it more and more unaffordable. Thank you.
Maybe just to close, I'll come back again to our experience in India. Localizing is very important. I just give you one number. Do you know how much data a subscriber on this phone is using every month? Yes? Yes. Good guess, but usually people don't guess that. 10 gigabyte per month used on this type of terminal. So if you create a content which makes sense for people, which is localized, you will get usage, even on very simple internet devices.
My parting note is in designing the smartphones, we have to have a balance between usability and design. That's the thing.
Thank you. My parting shot, collaboration is key, because at the end of the day, one cannot be an island. R&D is very expensive, and I think Egypt will tell you it's not something that you walk in and walk out with a solution. There's a lot of iteration. So just like GitHub, let's not iterate what is already out there. Let's collaborate and cut the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Round of applause for panel Tafadhali as they come forward to take a picture, group picture. Also, thank you to Mr. Osai, the founder of Imose Technologies from Nigeria, for joining us for this great panel. Take just one more step forward.
Thank you.
All right. Are we smiling? All right. Thank you. I want to take a quick tea break. It's about 20 minutes now past 11. If you could meet back here at 1:45, midday, that would be fantastic. So about 20-25 minutes. Let's take a quick tea break and then come back for the next panel discussion. Real quick. We're going to be talking about the state of electronics manufacturing in Africa. For those who are outside in the lobby, Ashes, if you could help us just get them in so we can get started. Thank you for being punctual with your time. We'll do so as well for those who are outside coming in. All right, I'm going to call up the panel. It's going to be moderated by Ben Roberts, the chair of the ICT Sector Board at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Ben, if you could join me on stage, I'd appreciate that. He's going to be joined by Mr. Ahmed Allah of Pseudotex from Egypt. He's going to be here as well. Thank you, Ahmed. Mr. Michael Waitito is going to be joining us virtually. He's from JKUAT Assembly in Kenya. They're going to be joined on stage by Mr. Latif Cherono, the CEO of Gearbox Europlacer. Latif? Good. Then Mr. Anthony Muthungu from Totosai is here as well to join the panel. We have Mr. Karanja Gishiri, he's the head of venture management at the EADAK from Safaricom PLC. He's here as well. We have Mr. Aaron Mwandia, the Deputy Director, Digital Technology and Innovations, Ministry of ICT in Zambia, and one last one with Gideon Majalolua from Top Ready, who's here as well. Gideon? As they do that, I must say that during the tea break, I met a guy called Felix rather. Come on. Pardon? Yes, I have, yes. Karibu. I met a guy called Felix over the tea break who manufactures Bluetooth enabled or accessed microphones. They're really good. So you connect it to a Bluetooth speaker, and that's all you do. But a very interesting thing is that it comes with a timer. It comes with a timer. It was like 10 minutes long, then it's 10 minutes long. It changes color, it becomes red, it's fantastic. Felix, please stand up so they can see you. That's an innovator. It's a great guy who's doing good things. Helping us with time as well, I see you. Please talk to him at lunchtime. Let's enjoy the panel.
Yeah, thank you. And so welcome to this panel. My name is Ben Roberts. I'm chair of the ICT Sector Board in Kenya Private Sector Alliance, which is the umbrella body of the private sector in Kenya and representing all of the technology sector really. But I've spent some years working in tech, in communications, but I have a long history, long ago, working in developing hardware components and working in Ericsson. So just before the panelists introduce themselves, I have heard a lot of, we've had a lot of discussions. I've heard words like manufacturing and assembly and what's it called? Machines, what do you call it? SMT, I'm forgetting my own jargon now, but I'm hearing words like SMT, and I'm thinking a lot of the audience doesn't know what this jargon is about. And we've talked about origin yesterday as well, country of origin when manufacturing things. So just to explain a few things, I think, so the panelists can talk to this thing. Anybody have a guess, like which country, this lanyard I'm wearing, which country is this from? Anybody want to have a guess in the audience where that is from? Felix? Well, no, it's Kenyan. But he's somehow right, because this is a very Kenyan design. This is Kenyan colors. It's got green, white, and black and red. It has Kenyan flags in it. It's been put together in Kenya by people who've assembled beads onto strings. They've manufactured these in Kenya, and it's a very distinctive Kenyan thing. People have bracelets everywhere you go, all over the world. They recognize you as being Kenyan. However, as Felix said, these beads that are on here, they're not made in Kenya, they're made in Czech Republic. So the majority of the material by weight on this thing is from Czech Republic. However, the design, the intellectual property, the thinking behind it is all from Kenya. I've got other things in here as well. I've got a keyring. This one's very Kenyan. It's got a Kenyan flag. It says Kenya on it. You can tell it's Kenyan, but it's made in the same way. I've got this bracelet here, which is using the same components. It's got some other components, some leather. That probably is Kenyan. but it's also made in Kenya, and it's a very Kenyan art and culture way of making things. So, why am I doing this? Because I want to unpack electronics. This is what we call a PCB, assembled PCB or a motherboard. This is what goes inside most electronic gadgets. Whatever it looks like on the outside, if it looks like a phone or it looks like a television, you'll find these inside. It has a piece of green board here, which has got metal tracks inside, and this is what connects the components to each other, the way that the strings inside here connect the beads to each other. And it has holes as well, so some of these components, like these connectors, they go through the holes. This is what we call through-hole components. So the metal connectors go through, and then you melt metal called solder. It helps secure it to the board so it doesn't move, but it also conducts with the metal tracks inside the board. But there are other components. Some of them are really small. You can't even see them, but here you can see these black ones. And these don't go through. This is what's called surface mount, SMT, surface mount technology. It goes on the top, and these are so small they have to be placed by robots, and robots place these, and then you melt that solder, and it sticks to the board. So that so many different components, some of these capacitors, resistors, diodes, you can't see them, different types, just like the colors of beads, come in different sizes, different colors. You make up a design from all these different components, and they come from all over the world, these components. Some are made in Japan, some in Indonesia, they come from all over, and they get all added into this board. And then these are when we talk of semiconductors, these black things, that's what we call chips, but inside that there's a small piece of silicon called a semiconductor. So I want to unpack that jargon before we turn to the panel. And we can start by the panelists introducing themselves and just explaining what you do. Everybody's in hardware apart from one, and so we'll start this side, and I'll perhaps introduce why there's one person not in hardware on the panel. But we can start here and saying, what is it you do in electronics in relation to this, products, electronics, what is it your company does?
Good morning. Good morning. All right, my name is Karanja Geshiri. I work for Safaricom, and within Safaricom we have a venture unit arm or a venture arm, and I lead that function. What do I do within the world of electronics? We set up East Africa Device Assembly Kenya, which is a local mobile device assembly plant here in Nairobi, and my role is to answer your question, I bring all the components together into a usable, into a consumer-friendly product that sells in the market.
Perfect. So that's assembly, bringing all the bits together, putting it together into a consumer product.
Hello, I'm Ahmed. I'm the managing director of Sudotex. Sudotex is a technology development and consultancy company. In relation to that, the BCB, actually, we do design similar solutions. We did support with the design of a similar actually product before with ASUS. And we do consultancy to decide the features of a similar BCB as well. That's basically what we do.
So that's the design. He works out how these things come together and helps companies do that design.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Latif Chirono. I'm the CEO of Gearbox Europlacer. We're a electronics manufacturing services company, EMS, which means that we do contract manufacturing and contract product development for both local companies and international companies. Yesterday I mentioned that 20% of our revenue only goes to Kenya, 80% is outside Kenya. So that tells you we're focused towards international. We want to grow our local capacity as well. And what we do, for the most part, is that we put components on the board. So we do surface mount technology. So what Ben was holding up is a product from Raspberry Pi based in the UK. But what I'm holding up here is essentially a phone or a tablet, right? This particular product that we're holding here. Now what's special about this board is that, one, it was designed by a local Kenyan firm. Felix, you can stand up again. Okay. All right. So this particular product was designed by them, but manufactured by us, right? And it's highly complex. And I think I've showed the team from Egypt, and they agreed that it's highly complex and manufactured to an international standard. So that should dispel the notion that we cannot compete internationally. Again, 80% of my revenue comes from outside Kenya, and doing it at a very high level. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Mudungo. I'm the CEO and founder of Totosai. Totosai is a startup that produces USB chargers, the USB cables. And we normally produce these cables mostly for the industrial clients, like Gearbox Repressor is one of our clients. The companies that produce other electronic devices that uses the USB cables to power them. We also supply to Safaricom, so you can even buy through Safaricom e-commerce platform called Masoko, and whereby our products normally come with the 1-year guaranteed service, and from January, God willing, you'll be having a dual wall charger power bank. Because initially, as a company, our vision was to start assembling mobile phones. But we thought, let us start with accessories so that we are able to understand market. So as we are going now on top, we have done the USB cables, the adapter is done, so the next will be earphones, and then lastly, we do the mobile phone, or if one of you here does the mobile phones, we will collaborate. We don't have to compete, we collaborate, and then we move this together. Thank you.
Our next guest is from the government side, but I'm very interested to hear, he's from Zambia, very interested to hear what Zambia is doing, particularly collaborating with other governments to make batteries and things we talked about yesterday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, colleagues. Aaron Mwandya is my name. I'm from the Ministry of Technology and Science in Zambia. So from the ministry side, what we do is basically define policy and regulations. And in the space of technology, we are heading the technology transformation strategy from our ICT policies, investment policies, across the whole ecosystem of enabling private, public partnerships in terms of investment. We also ensure that, to answer your question, we are also consumers of electronics. I guess we'll elaborate more as we go into the panel. Thank you.
On the battery manufacturing, can you tell us a bit about the battery manufacturing?
Okay, thank you so much. So on the battery manufacturing, and for those who were here yesterday, we did talk about the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, government cooperation with Zambia, which was signed in 2002, initially to utilize the worth of mineral resources between the two countries to invest in battery manufacturing. So this was specifically targeted, is specifically designed towards lithium-ion batteries, which are meant for electronic vehicles, as well as storage for clean energy. Yesterday, we looked at how then we can link into that component and create some advantage towards inputting into electronic devices from the battery side.
Thank you. And then our last panelist, he's not in the hardware space, but I think it's important because we all love and admire the iPhone, but I think what's great about the iPhone is the way the software works in harmony with the hardware. And so I think this company is making software designed for Africa specifically to interact with elements of the hardware on the board, the NFC. So maybe you can tell us a bit more about that.
Great. Thank you very much. Unlike them, I don't have any board to show. But yeah, we are a tech startup. Our software enables merchants to accept contactless payments on any NFC device. So we facilitate contactless payments by tapping cards to phone, tapping phones to phone, tapping phones to terminals, and card to terminals. So we're more on the acceptance side, and we leverage the amazing work that the hardware companies do. Thank you.
Thanks. So we have it all here. We have motherboards, we have design, we have cables, we have batteries, we have firmware, we have people making final assemblies. So everybody to make a smartphone is on the stage right now, all together. But what are the challenges? Why are we working in silos, but and not necessarily together? what are the challenges we're facing in the industry, whether it be taxes, regulations. We can probably we can start here and let's go through what are the challenges, what are the problems we might have in what we're doing.
So what are the challenges we are facing? And I'll speak wearing so Safaricom as the MNO, but also as an assembler of devices as well. The first challenge I would say is being able to respond quickly to market demand. So what we're seeing now is for the locally assembled devices, the initial challenge was getting that brand awareness and acceptance. We were able to overcome that, and now the current challenge we face is actually meeting market demand. There is a segment of society today that is still, so for us we really focus on the entry-level devices. And we estimate in Kenya alone, close to 50, we have about 25 million people who do not have access to the internet. Now, how do we respond to that? And they desire, right? So what we are actually seeing is not an absence of desire, but rather they are asking, can you make this device affordable? Can you make this phone versatile to my local condition? So we've worked hard to create a set of products or phones that respond to that market demand. However, it is still a challenge because once you get the financing right and you have a good product, then the demand is simply, there's a high demand, there's a high desire that we see in that segment for them to digitize and to obtain a smartphone. So that's the first challenge. The second challenge I'd highlight is, as now on the assembly side, I would say it's just typical supply chain challenges. That's the second bit I see. And it could be for various reasons, from bad weather to suppliers not being able to fulfill on time to logistical issues in country. And what it then implies is you cannot have a just-in-time model if you are doing local assembly or manufacturing here in Kenya. So therefore the challenge becomes that then your working capital requirements are much higher compared to if I were operating, say, in China, for instance, where I can easily do just in time, right? Logistics, supply chains are easy. Here, because of the various aspects, you find it can be quite challenging being able to sustain market demand. Therefore, you just have to have a high level of inventory to allow for the various challenges that we see within our supply chain. So I'll pause there on those two challenges.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But just remind us, because I think you, Safaricom mentioned this yesterday, but just tell us the number of phones you're making per year. You're assembling how many phones a year or in the last period?
Yeah, so relatively we are pretty new in this business. In fact, we launched the plant November. So the plant was launched on 30th of October last year. So 1st of November we were in production mode. So we are just about to celebrate our 1-year anniversary as a device assembly plant. So far, we are on track in the next 2 weeks to do about 1 million devices within about 12.5 months, right? So we've been able to increase our production from an initial number of around 2,000 devices per day, right now scaling to around 6,000 devices per day, with the aspiration of getting to 10,000 devices per day.
That's pretty impressive, right? In a year, making 1 million phones in the first year. A round of applause deserved, I think. So moving on to Ahmed, what are the challenges you're facing?
Well, actually, I can be speaking for myself and Felix. Our biggest challenge actually is gaining the market trust. So we're local developers on that realm, and usually our economies are dependent on importing solutions we develop. We can develop in-house. I think the gentleman from Tanzania was talking about this localization of technology or localization in order to own our know-how. That's one of the challenges we have. We don't have the trust of our countrymen in us to work on that. This leads us to the supply chain issue, and I think Latif here will agree on that. If we're working on small scales, economies of scale won't be working for us, and we'll be having challenges for this as well. So supply chain starts from here as well. These are the two main challenges in that: gaining the market trust, which results in losing or actually not having enough market size to work on, which results on working on different or outside markets. Hence, we're not solving our economies problems. And we're importing solutions from outside that do not actually also work on our economies problems. These are the issues, or the main two issues I think we're facing.
Those were great insights from my two colleagues. I'll break down our challenges really in three buckets. I call them the 3 C's. So the first C is competency. When we were building our SMT line, the only person who could actually run an SMT line was myself, because I'd done that in the US. That's where I worked. So I had to build capacity in my team. I couldn't go out and hire an SMT engineer in Kenya because that doesn't exist. So in this advanced manufacturing sector, we have to build that capacity. One thing that we can do to leverage and reduce that time is actually bring in the capacity that exists in the diaspora. There are a lot of African engineers out there working in companies like Intel, Microsoft, et cetera, to come back home and help with that value. And also in competency, we have to understand building competency in doing what, right? If we're starting with assembly, that level of competency is high, but it's at the, let's call it maybe tier 1. Then when you're going to SMT assembly, that's a little bit more complicated. When you're going to the PCB design, that's even more complicated. When you get to the chip design, that's even more complicated. So you need to build a pipeline of competency to allow you to create sustainable value. If you just focus on manufacturing only, the risk there is what happens if your demand dies, if your IP, if your products as CKD are coming in from another country that controls that IP, your industry will be at risk, right? So you have to build a value chain throughout the entire value chain. The second one is capacity. So what does capacity mean? Capacity means how do you get to scale, right? And getting to scale requires that you have investment, FDI, to scale your facility. It means that you need to have the policies from the government to allow you to scale without issues, right? When we were starting, we imported our equipment and we faced challenges right from the get-go. The policy is there to give us tax breaks for our equipment, but then it says you have to pay the taxes and get it back. To this day, we're still trying to get those taxes back, right? And that hurts a startup with very limited capital, right? So that capacity part is really key. And then the third part, and this is why this panel is so important, is collaboration. Collaboration allows us to scale without going through challenges that have happened elsewhere, right? And it's not only challenges in country, but challenges across the continent. So for example, how does Kenya move forward with this ecosystem? We can leverage what's happened in India with a policy called the National Policy of Electronics. We can leverage what's happening in Egypt with Egypt Makes Electronics. These are policies that allow us to leverage and see how can we put a Kenyan twist on it to move forward, right? And it does also, a collaboration means that one person doesn't do everything. It does not work that way when you're doing advanced manufacturing. You have to build a supply chain to solve the problem that you mentioned about just in time, right? If I am your PCB supplier, and I'm 10 kilometers away and I know your demand, I can deliver the 10,000 PCBs that you need the day before you need them in your assembly line, right? Or even down to the hour, which is what happens in Toyota, right? That's the level of just in time that we want to get to. Thank you.
Thank you. Much has been said by the team, and especially the one said by Latif about the taxation. That's very interesting. You owe them taxation, they tell you to pay before, and then they will give you back the amount that you paid. So that is it's chaotic, because you have also been suffering from the same. You pay, then they don't pay, and then we pay you back, which never come. So again, also what face the challenge when we are producing these chargers is there is these customers have this mentality like anything made locally cannot be that good. So they have this fear like, let me say, they want to buy from you. I don't know if to show sympathy, like I just want to help you, but the moment they buy this product and use, they don't believe like this product it's locally made and it's the best product they have. So that's a challenge we have been having, but there's some ones they buy, so you just tell them buy and then you give the experience. They buy, the experience is different, but you find most of them, new product is there, the kind of fear of buying and saying this one cannot be good than that, and if it is made here, it must be almost a third cheaper than what has been brought from aside. And also the other area of have been having a challenge, but we are moving in is we mostly focus on the industrial market. Our main market is companies like Gearbox Replacer. They are making a PCB that requires an USB cable. This PCB cannot work without this cable. So these are our market, of which now we have been supplying to even to your placer, we have B-Box, and also then we even have Safaricom, which they have helped us a lot with accessibility. Like you can get it anywhere in the country because Safaricom is everywhere. So you just go to any Safaricom shop you see. So if you're able now to have companies like us in hardware, we move in this industry, this company produces the phone, this one produces what and what, we are able now to supply the USB cables to you. Because like this year alone, you have only done 52,000 USB cables alone. And this 52,000 USB cables, 70% of these cables, they didn't go now to the retail market. No, it went to the companies, industries. The companies that made other products that needed this USB cable. So we are happy when more industries or more companies like us, we come up and then we collaborate. Just like I said, our vision, which is and still remains to produce mobile phones. But we thought let's start with accessories so that we can understand this market. So we don't mind collaborating because we don't believe in competition. No, it's there enough for everyone. So I have the chargers, I even have the earphones. I have those machines. You just need to tell me, Anthony, we need 10,000 earphones. You have it in 30 days because we have the capacity, we have the machines. So if you were to collaborate and build this smartphone in Africa, you don't have to go and buy the machines for making chargers and earphones when I can do that. So we can collaborate, you do what I'm not doing, and then together we make this product. So I think collaboration is all we need, and then we open more businesses so that we can work without the other hardware companies that require products. And once we collaborate, we'll be able now to achieve this smartphone in Africa. But if we do it alone, it will take long, because actually, as per our vision, for us to have a mobile phone, it will be in 2036, just imagine. Because we take 5 years with every product, so we are able now to understand the market. We have done the USB cables for 5 years. We'll be doing the adapter for another 5 years. And also we'll be doing Type-C for another 5 years. So for us now to go and do the assembling of mobile phones to be complete, it will be in 2036. How about if one of us here now start the company of manufacturing or assembling a mobile phone? It will become very easy, just collaborate. And I'm also very happy to say, like, even the PCB for the hander, we'll be working with the Gearbox Replacer. We don't have to go and buy the machines to do the assembly of SMT adapter like this, because we require like this, when they can do that. All that collaboration is all we need, and then we'll be able now to achieve what we need faster. Because if I want to buy the machines, yes, it will take me more time, but you already have those machines. We collaborate, you build this for me, and together we build one product. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moderator, let me start from yesterday when you gave me this pack of the cable. Thank you so much. What I did is I took a picture and I sent it to the WhatsApp group back home, which is called Digital Innovation. Okay. So my remark there was that our friends, Kenya, are doing quite a lot. I've learned from yesterday to today the investment towards manufacturing. that Kenya is involved in: cables, electronic boards, fiber optic. So I'm pretty impressed to have had this opportunity to get insight into what our colleagues are doing. However, as a challenge for most African countries and maybe all in the globe.
I found this on the web for what I'm...
It's Siri trying to tell me that we are in a digital age. So I note that most developing countries lack manufacturing infrastructure. Zambia in particular, and for many countries, I think, we were designed as countries to be raw materials producers. Okay, so we produce raw materials because we are naturally endorsed with them, and we are like, there's this paradigm that ours is produce, export, then buy back the finished product. So we have not, as African countries, invested a lot in manufacturing capacity. And the solution there, again, I think, is for governments like us to start pushing that narrative that we need to do more of manufacturing in-house. And that's why my government is saying we have the cobalt, we have the copper, we have got the aluminum, we have traces of nickel, lithium, that are all components that are used in battery manufacturing. Why can't we extract these minerals, create infrastructure that processes them to some product, then look into the demand ecosystem for export of these products? So again, that creates a challenge again. You will have this produce, but then you have got policy and regulatory blockages in export that sometimes can lead to cost. And then after that, again, it creates another challenge because you are going through these stages of incompetence. In my case, you start to require more capital towards manufacturing. So the challenge for manufacturing then is less capital and investment. So as local entrepreneurs, mostly in my countries, and I think many at large, innovators, and investors all face the challenge of capital. So I think governments needs to be deliberate in terms of facilitating for capital for investment in the strategic industries like manufacturing, electronics, as we are saying, or tech equipment. We need to deliberately come up with policies that attract foreign direct investment into capacitating startups, like our colleagues have done in Kenya, as I said, very impressive, so that we can start to create that local capacity to be able to even upskill the citizens in terms of knowledge, which is a big gap, again, as a challenge in the country. I thought those are the components that I could touch on top of what my colleagues have alluded to. Thank you.
Yeah. I think there might be a case of a demand, right? There might not be enough demand for such products, some products, right? Because just we have, obviously there are telcos in Zambia, and the telcos have the big towers, the big square ones, but in Kenya we have like 100 internet service providers, and they use these small lattice towers, right, which are made in Kenya. And I brought our CTO from Zambia here, and he'd never seen these before. There aren't many ISPs in Zambia, so there are not many people using them. And then I said, go and get some, go and find someone who could make them in Zambia. He couldn't find anybody in Zambia who's just welding steel together into a lattice tower. He couldn't find a manufacturer. We had to buy them from South Africa. But it's not that you couldn't make them, but that they hadn't done it before because there was no demand, right? So it's, you know, by having lots of ISPs who are trying to bring down the cost of internet here, you know, we then have demand for making these lower cost towers. So it's a circular thing, yeah. But it's good, you know, good insights, yeah.
I agree. Again, I have reservations for saying demand. Demand again is how you structure your product. If someone is telling me that there is no demand for cost-effective towers for my country, because as for the knowledge of the meeting, we construct those huge towers for our telcos at about $250,000 each. All right. So if someone can come in and say, no, actually, what you are doing, we do better, and at this cost. Okay. So the demand is there already, and if we can facilitate for manufacturing locally, because it's the same steel. That we produce in Zambia, that goes to China to go and make these verticals, then come back for assembly, and we spend that much, all right? But if we could utilize the steel that we produce in the country and make these cost-effective towers, Zambia is not the only market. We can, as we are speaking in these meetings, do synergies with other countries that may require that product. Thank you.
So I remember when telephones first came to Lagos those years, and in our small town, it was just my family and one other family that had a telephone. And every time we would get on the phone, the only person we were talking to was that other family. Every day, every week. And that's because the more local players we have participating, the greater the value that each player has. Right, so it's like I like to see like a network effect sort of thing where we have more hardware manufacturers in Africa. It actually gives more value to the software companies we have, right? So there was a time we were trying to build a project for a government in Nigeria, and it was for a toll gate solution, so like tap and go, and the government wanted people to be able to tap their MasterCard, their Visa, but they also wanted people to be able to tap their local cards. But because all the devices, all the payment devices we had were imported, right? They only supported like MasterCard, Visa. The project couldn't sail because local innovations were not supported. And that was why we actually created TapReady as a contactless payment kernel that is suited for Africa. So supporting international card schemes as well as local card schemes. So, but again, if we don't have like payment device manufacturers in Africa, our software cannot be really appreciated. So for me, I think it's sort of a collective, and I love what I'm seeing, right? We're having more players in this space. That is going to really change, the future. So I think one pathway to our digital transformation in Africa is more companies in Africa, doing that. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks. So I'm hearing the challenges. I'm hearing market demand, elasticity, supply chain challenges, but I'm hearing there are volumes as well. We've got economies of scale being really important. That's a big feeder. Skills, competency, pipeline, VAT refunds. VAT refunds is a very important one because you have to buy expensive machines, and then you only get the VAT back every time you sell another component that comes out of the machine, and you get it back over 10 years. Collaboration. And ways to collaborate more, lack of manufacturing infrastructure, the right policies, and also different consumer behavior. We're making products and devices for consumers that are having different environments with the merchants and things they participate with. So lots of challenges. Let's start with some solutions. So let's start with what solutions or what things, if any, should we be asking our governments to solve, right? We're going to come back to what we can solve with ourselves in the same room, but let's ask, what can we ask of our governments to solve some of these challenges that we have?
Thanks. That's a good question. What can we ask the government to solve? You know, we always fall into the tendency of, in Swahili we say serikali naomba. You know, I beg government, and government becomes, you know, the solution to everything. But to me, government plays a critical role in, one, creating an enabling business environment. And the enabling business environment, from what the panelists have talked about, is the right fiscal environment, right? The right fiscal policies that encourage investments. And I'll give credit to government of Kenya because we would not be in this, we would not have set up a local smartphone manufacturing company were it not for the fact that there were an enabling set of fiscal policies that encouraged us to set up a plant here. So I think that, and the credit I give government was its ability to listen, to see the value that, yes, would be able to have a different tax regime for locally assembled devices versus imported devices. And in return, we as private sector also had to play a part, right? We promised that would create more opportunities, more jobs, would drive more local innovation, and we delivered that. So to answer the question, if government were to do one thing right, it's an enabling fiscal policies that encourage, one, the establishment of plants, but also the maintenance, the running of the plant. So you had issues around VAT, etc. Those are areas that government can solve for, and the private sector, we will come in and will continue to invest.
Yeah, I might add to that stability of those fiscal policies as well, because I was at State House with your CEO in June, talking to the president because the 2024 Finance Act was seeking to reverse some of those incentives that induce you to invest. But I think that was he'd agreed to take that out before the whole bill was thrown out. But you can't have instability, right? You can't have an enabling fiscal policy one year and reversal the next year. It's very important.
That's an important point. I think you as an investor, you typically will have a 5-year business case, right? And I think my brother from Zambia highlighted the same, that you want to encourage private sector to come in, but private sector loves stability, right? So you want to, as I'm doing my business plan, I want to have the comfort to know that this set of policies or incentives will be in for the next 3, 5, 7 years. That way I'll be able to attract the right level of capital. And I agree with you that the stability of the policies is as important as the establishment of the right fiscal policies. Yeah.
Ahmed, you're lucky enough to be coming from a country that's put a strategy for electronics manufacturing. Yeah. So how's that helped?
Okay, actually, building on that, to be honest, I'll be starting with prioritizing localization, either for development or manufacturing. So if we're supporting local or even international investors to come and invest in our economies, and the government as the biggest buyer in any economy, prioritizing localization will be helping with that so much. Building on that as well, actually, facilitating supply chain. It's a big deal to face supply chain challenges from custom clearance to finding, let's say, so we can find foreign currency to buy ready-made products, but we can't find foreign currency to purchase components for a locally developed or manufactured product. That's a big challenge, actually. And also, local governments need to be working on financing innovation, financing and supporting innovation. So in order to build a strong ecosystem in development or manufacturing, we need to finance and support innovation. Local governments need to work on that. Of course, the entire continent of Africa need to be working on that. But financing innovation is a big deal. If I want to build a factory for something, SMT, for example, I'll be purchasing machines for my first factory, but maybe my R&D team can be working on building the next machine I'll be needing for my production line. That's financing innovation. What the governments can be supporting was facilitating supply chain in all its stages, financing innovation, and prioritizing localization of technology and manufacturing as well. I think that's it.
So usually I was, even though we started the first company that does SMT assembly, I ended up being a pessimist, but now I'm moving to being an optimist. And why am I saying that? I think Kenya is moving from event-based technology innovations to policy-based, and that shift is happening, and this event is an example of that, right? I'm seeing a lot of change in how the government is looking at how do we create the right engagement for the right policies to enable us to move forward. So that's fantastic to see. What I would encourage the government to do is we need to accelerate that. We need to understand where the pain points are and address those. Some of those pain points, like for example, clearing of taxes. Some of my components spend more time sitting in custom clearance than they do actually getting to Kenya, right? One of my competitive advantages is saying we will develop prototype PCBs for international-based companies in a very short lead time. But half of my lead time is built accounts for logistics, right? That's a little bit ridiculous, right? So how do we solve that problem, right? And there are ways that has been talked about during the summit that can be addressed. And I think the way to do that is to actually say all the different agencies that are involved in electronics manufacturing, how do we get them all in one place, one desk, so that we are solving these problems very, very quickly and having one accountable person. If I have to go and engage with 15 different agencies and repeat my story over and over again, that becomes difficult to do. In October last year, we had a prototype manufacturing run for a US-based company, actually US-based university, MIT, and a Japanese-based company that wants to roll out their product locally. So we plan in advance, we put in our duty exemptions with the Ministry of ICT, got approved by Treasury, and then got stuck at KRA, right? We actually even had to cancel the plans of the American companies and the Japanese companies who are coming to witness production of their products in Africa because the clearance was just taking too long, right? So these things, unfortunate as they are, they can be solved, and it just requires dedicated initiatives by the government to do it long term. It cannot change when regimes change. It has to be long term.
I was just hearing in the Egypt case from your colleague that in Egypt they have account managers, right, within government who are there to sort your stuff out. If government is causing that red tape, that account manager would go and sort out this, sort out that. Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry, but it's mainly for big players. So if you're a big player, you can have special support. If you're a young player, you will be struggling for a while. I'm sorry for that.
To us, it's easy, like say, it's always good for us to consume what we produce. It's always good to consume what's locally produced. If your neighbor is a farmer, you don't have to go like 3 kilometers to go and buy something just next to you. So it's always good now to what we are producing here. Actually, what we are making here, we are making for you guys because our products gives you value. So we are up for you. When I say our products, if you buy it and it happens to be faulty in less than a year, you report us to the nearest police station. What it means, we are giving you value. We are not selling the product, but selling value. So if we are able now to consume what is locally produced, that would be best for us. Another thing is about the policy. The government need to bring in policy. You know, there are some very interesting policies of some, like a place where I had, whereby if you are a tenant, the rent increase with the 5% per year, whether you are in business or not. That's a policy. That length is, nothing in that premises has been added. Just the way you came in, it's there for a whole year, no new bulb, no nothing, it's a policy. The length increase. No, there are some interesting policies like those that need not to be there. So you need now to create a policy that support us in this industry. And also like even like go for the policies like in taxation. You know, like in taxation, as a businesses, new businesses require like something like a progressive taxation. Progressive taxation is a way your tax bracket increase as your business grows. A good example is the VAT. Like here in Kenya, the VAT is 16%. So there's a new business. I have registered the business today, but I'm subjected to a 16% VAT, like a company that has been operating for 30 years before me. You see, when you just get into the business, then you find the kind of the payment you are getting, it's kind of discouraging. But when there's a policy that says once you get in, the VAT, for example, doesn't start from 16, but it starts from 5. When you go to the other year, it's 7, it's 9. The tax will grow as your business grows. With that way, you not see like you work to pay taxes. You'll never see in that format. But when it's just like there, an interesting policy that say the length increases as the business grow, that will not work for the businesses. So we need policies that are human-centered, to be specific. And also, again, the last is, that comes now to us, what we need. That's not on the government. What needs to us is that we also need to mentor people. I'm very honest and happy to be a mentee of Ben. Ben has been my mentor for long. And I also have 4 mentoring. So when we have people who we are mentoring, there are people who are like, I would want to be like you. So even when we are not there, what we are here building, we will not go when we go. So we have some people we are mentoring who you pick over. So it's always good, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, please have 2 or 3 people who says they would want to be like you. Mentor them so that when you not be there what you are doing, they will come there to finish. And once you mentor them, they will mentor others. The way I'm being mentored by men, I'm mentoring others. I don't know if they are mentoring others. We just need to have a capacity building, so and then we ever be great. Thanks.
Thank you once again. Moderator, the governments in most of our countries sit in the center place for everything that we have been discussing here to see manufacturing to its intended benefits. So as governments, I think we need to be deliberate in terms of how we make policies. We need to encourage private sector participation. We know that it's public and private sit in 2 very distinct places. The private investors start companies with the view to make a profit, to sustain themselves. Government should encourage that, balancing with its socio-economic requirements for its citizens. For instance, when you go to public-private partnerships, you find that we want to encourage those types of partnerships because government has got competing priorities in terms of services that they want to give to the government. And when we are making budgets, we have very few budgets that we are attached to startups and SMEs and investments, okay? Because we know that the citizens are looking at those social sector demands, the health, the education, and so on. So we need to start to see how we can make these high consumptive demands and integrate them into the digital technology and see how people start to appreciate that if I invest in my colleague here who's making a cable, this translates in education becoming easier and so on and so on. So that's how we should package our policies as government, so that everybody starts to see the benefit of such investments. We need policies that encourage startups by tax incentives, taxes that promote development and so on. So everything is in the call of governments, and I think we should, when we have a chance to sit in those decision-making tables, enshrine the fact that we need to support manufacturing within our respective countries. Thank you.
So one, I'm going to come at this from the angle of regulation. I think oftentimes when government tries to regulate an innovation they don't understand, they end up killing it. Right. So there's a saying in where I come from: you have to be close to someone to slap them. Right. So we need more. We need more tech people. We need more, innovators participating actively in the regulations on innovation. So that's one thing I want to say from regulation perspective.
Yeah, I think things. Luckily, in Kenya, we have a very we have a good forum where, with Kenya Private Sector Alliance, we've always had a good forum where industry works together with government in making policies, and I think it's changing in Nigeria with your new minister. I think before there were some challenging times. Yeah. So I think I don't know how long exactly we've got left, but what I'd like people to some time's up. So perhaps you wrap up as time's up, but maybe you don't have to give away exactly what what partnerships there may be there, but I do hope that from this event, that as well as having some good discussions, some people are going away with deals. I hope people are doing business together and exchanging and actually saying, yes, we're going to do this business. I'm going to buy this from you. I'm going to sell this to you. This is what should be happening at such gatherings. But in the broadest terms, if people, if the panelists can just tell us, have you identified partnerships here at this event, and you think there's more partnerships but that can be in the pipeline, but has this been an event that's been successful for forging partnerships?
Absolutely. I think this forum has been great at identifying potential partnerships, and where I see immediate opportunity is in deepening. There's aspect around collaboration, right? One of the 3 C's was collaboration, and we had again collaboration. And the way we see it now is that the opportunities to partner, especially around one, replacing some of the imported components with local components, right? There's also opportunities on software development, better collaboration on software development. So there's certainly an opportunity to deepen collaboration within that broader device ecosystem play.
Okay, I think I'll take it from another perspective, the collaboration part. So we do consult governments on a strategic level for localization or deepening technologies or manufacturing or something. But the point that I noticed in this summit, that I found like-minded people thinking about the same thing. So I'll be ending actually with what you started with. That Raspberry Pi you had in hand, that BCB, and that keychain. If we're talking about these 2 items and the contribution of our economies in each of these, I'll not mention that one for now. The added value to the economy from the keychain, from a financial perspective, is much, much, much bigger in ratio from the keychain than that very complicated component. For that one, you own the IP. You own you have the credit of the complete solution. So you have the biggest margin and the profit. For that BCB, you only have a small portion of that profit. So when we discuss this with any government, or actually anyone investing, we tend to ask them that question: why do you invest, and what is the value you're looking for? If you're looking for financial profit, you can just count the margins and calculate the ROI and just go with it. If you're looking for deepening or maximizing the profit, it will always be about owning the IP, investing in know-how. And that part, actually, I've met a lot of people in this summit thinking the same way, or considering the same idea. And these are the partnerships I think I'll be coming out from this summit building on. Thank you.
Excellent point. And we were going to have this panel yesterday, and I didn't. This morning I came with a bag full of keychains and gadgets. I went into the shop here to try and get a Kenya bead-made bracelet. And there's a fancy one with a silver catch there. And I said, oh, how much is it? And he had to call the guy to find the cost. It was $150. And it's just made of beads. Yeah, this is $35. So the keychain, this bracelet in Kenyan beads was in the shop here is $150. Now it's obviously for higher end markets, and it's got a fancy jeweler and their brand to it. But this is the value addition you can have when you grow the brand and you grow the quality.
Great. So what we're really looking forward to is scale, and scale both for Kenyan customers. So looking forward to the engagements with companies who are at this summit, but beyond. And really looking to see what can we do and add value. And I think just to add context to Ahmed's point about IP, the companies that are manufacturing with us are actually companies who are doing product development, right? So right now their scale is small, but they're solving problems with an African mindset and owning that solution. And we have seen companies who started with us doing a POC of maybe 10 units. And right now they're going to 1,000 unit batch, which means they've solved the market fit and they're continuing to iterate. Where will this startup be in 5 years? They could be 100,000 scaling across the continent, and they will own the IP, not bringing something from overseas and trying to resell it here, right? So that's the part that excites me the most, right? So even as we scale and we do CKDs and SKDs, we have to continue to build local capacity, African capacity for solving problems. And my view is that if you solve an African problem, you've actually solved a global problem. Because Africans approach problems from a lean perspective. What's the minimal amount of resource that will solve that problem? And as the world moves towards scarcity, those solutions will become much more valuable than a solution that has been designed where you have everything in abundance. So I think I've moved to an optimistic side now. Thank you.
Mine was like when I'm very happy for this platform. I'm very happy for the organization I've met here, and we are looking forward to working with them. And also I'm looking forward now for us to collaborate instead of us doing on our own. We collaborate and we do this together, and once we're able now to achieve that, we'll be able now to do something very fast. Thank you for those people who paid have a seat outside there. We have a booth where I'm showing the products. I'm very happy for those who bought and so far say they are the best. And we're very happy for our senior here, even send them home. So it's always good to consume what is locally produced. No, here in Kenya we say buy Kenya, build Kenya. Even where we go, it's always good to consume what is locally produced because we even make the businesses grow. And for those who want to pay us a visit who are available, we are in Kirinyaga County. You just go to internet and check Totosa is only a 2 hours drive. And then you just come in and get in and you'll be surprised whether you are still in Kenya. But once you get out, yes, you are in Kenya, but inside, you can pay as a visit and then you see how we are doing well. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. For me, I'll speak to the benefits that this meeting has brought, especially to me, at the overview level of government collaborations. I think we need as governments to tap into the harmonization of what Africa Continental Free Trade Areas are doing in terms of policies that harmonize regulations and so on, so that even as we are developing specific policies for specific interventions, we align with the regional and global requirements and standards. I clearly, like I said in my opening remark, we would need to come and look at what Kenya is doing as a government, okay, to encourage some Zambians to be like these colleagues that are doing these great things. We appreciate the investment that companies are making into Egypt. in my mind, I'm saying, why are so many companies in electronics interested in going to Egypt to set up manufacturing plants? My first assumption is that maybe they have the population, they have the critical mass, but I think we need to go and learn. There could be some more things that don't come out. My colleague mentioned that they have developed skills for its citizens, so it's easy to sell to the global world that if you come to invest in my country, you find skilled manpower. Okay, it becomes easy, but it also competes with that cheap labor thing that we see in the economics. All right, why Apple goes to China to do its assemblies. All right, so those are the things that we need to start to compare and contrast, even as we are making policies, strategies, and regulations for our various countries. Thank you.
Yeah, so some of the things we've been experimenting with at TapReady is, in Africa we have mobile money users, right? You travel to a developed country, they don't understand what that is. With our solution, we're trying to make it possible that, with a consumer mobile device, you can fund a wallet, and when you travel to a country that doesn't even know what that payment instrument is, you can pay in the local currency of where you're traveling to, funded from the currency of where you're coming from, or like the mobile money of where you're coming from. We're experimenting with that. That means we need to work with consumer mobile device manufacturers. Could we have a scenario where our solution is like preloaded on these devices? Because our software works on like any NFC device, right? Whether it's a phone or smartwatch or rings or whatever. As long as it has, the NFC, our software can turn that into either an acceptance device or, a payment device. We love to work with, governments in terms of identity management, KYC, and all of these things are things we really, really look forward to in the next months. Thank you.
Wonderful. So I think we'll come to a close. Maybe just ask the audience. You've heard from these experts. Put your hand up if you understand a bit more about what we're talking about when we talk about value chains of electronics. Has anybody gained a bit of knowledge? Give us a... Okay, good. So we've impacted the audience. So big hand for the panelists then. They're obviously having a big impact. And looking forward to the rest of the summit, and especially to go and see assembly lines this afternoon at 3 p.m. You can, those of you who have not seen electronics assembly line before, Latif will host you later on.
All right, round of applause for them as they take a group photo. Excellent. Let's take a step forward. All right, big smiles. Thank you very much. Ben, I think just a word of caution for you. Don't buy a wristband at $150. I can get it for you for $125. I can get it for $125, but it has to be in cash. Has to be in cash. Has to be in cash. Thank you, guys. We want to make a quick adjustment. We're going to go for lunch now. It's about 1 o'clock plus or minus. I'll have us back by 2 at the latest so we can start. We're going to have the ICT minister from Rwanda, Madam Paula, joining us at 3. Or just before, actually, and we have a panel after. So if we can do lunch hurriedly and then come back and do it at 2, because I know we need to go to Gearbox, we'll do it as fast as possible. So if you walk through that door, you're going to get your meal cards as well. Restaurant, again, is straight through. And see you guys in about an hour.
Soweto. Àwọn ọmọ tẹ nínú ooru. Ìrètí dàgbà lọ́nà jìnnà. Bí òkùnkùn kò sí mọ́lẹ̀. Afẹ́fẹ́ gbóná náà rádá. Ìbànújẹ́ ń wọ lọ́kàn. Ìrètí sọnù nínú òjijì. Ọkàn náà ti fàyà kọ́lé kọrin. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń lọ bí ọjọ́. Agbo mi ti dìbò. Ìgbésí ayé ti ṣòfò sí ìrora. Ìtàn tí kò sọ. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ṣòwò ètò lórí gbogbo ojú. Ibi tí wọ́n wà láàfíà nínú. Ibi tí kò sí rẹ̀tì. Ọmọ ìyá ń sunkún fáwọn tó kú. Àwọn bàbá ń ṣiṣẹ́ títí tí wọn yóò fi bàjẹ́.
I'm so city.
Obatini ma Barikilimeke Asama Zami Ay, oh, empasini ma Ay, empasini ma ni Ay, ilengo Eskupi, inkumbuze lokishi Iacho, empatini Peke no chuche mpakati Lengo Eskupi, inkumbuze lokishi Iacho, empatini Peke no chuche mpakati Ekanti, empatini
Obatini ma Ay Kipima Tingan Funaba Skim Sam Jalan Danger Ay In danger Ay In danger Ay Okipima Tingan Ay Ofunaba Skim Sam Ay Ojalan In danger Ay In danger Ay Okipima Tingan Ay Ofunaba Skim Sam Ay Ojalan In danger Ay In danger Benflamenizo Engitela ngendaba zayizona Ay engabe funi izolo Zavele zamkhathi izolo Ay benflamenizo Engitela ngendaba zayizona Ay engabe funi izolo Zavele zamkhathi izolo Ay okipima Tingan Ay Ofunaba Skim Sam Ay Ojalan In danger Ay In danger Ay okipima Tingan Ay Ofunaba Skim Sam Ay Ojalan In danger Ay In danger
You're now listening to an official Oh So City mix.
Oh So City.
Markets a baby man's in it. A bad man's in it. You met a big man's in it. A human's in it. How you met a big man's in it. A big man's in it. And so it's a big man's in it. Bad man's in it. And markets a baby man's in it. A bad man's in it. And so it's a big man's in it. A big man's in it. And so it's a big man's in it. I said to my dude. But you take the pins to big man's in it. Sweet thousand, actually this won't have your piss walk. In Tombia, get change me now. We food name me, the chase the piss walk. How you can you hold them in dances? Very quick to come to piss walk. But you can't do wins a big man, see, thank God it's on the piss walk. But you pay for my sweet thousand, actually this won't have your piss walk. In Tombia, get change me now. We food name me, the chase the piss walk. How you can you hold them in dances? Very quick to come to piss walk. How you is a big man's in it. I said a man's in it. How you is a big man's in it. I said a man's in it. Everything is a big man's in it. I said a man's in it. Everything is a big man's in it. I said a man's in it. She's a bad man's in it. A bad man's in it. And why is a bad man's in it. A bad man's in it. And why is a bad man's in it. A bad man's in it. And so it's a big man's in it. But I love it.
So city.
umongameli uyisdakwa ngale ngizobanga namagala ama-case nama-consavana vele sikhole kulolo ndaba shibiram she ivele ikubu sibuza into engapheli sobatelela umongameli yoyo kolele bala bakwethu bale yami angingo mtholo wami bayithethu ngala wethwalo hlala ngami engingo bakhala ngami badala ngami wethwala bami kolele bala bakwethu bale yami angingo mtholo wami bayithethu ngala wethwalo hlala ngami engingo bakhala ngami badala ngami wethwala bami Koparege signal, se la teni la pisite mola kutacha. Palo, saiza wena untata. Maybe le majita kanlata. Palo menaki, koparege signal, se la teni la pisite mola kutacha. Palo, saiza wena untata. Maybe le majita kanlata. Ay ay ay, ay bande machwale. Mimba kupe ngambeno makwapeni. Ay chwala ba mapeni. Ay ay ay, ay nyingi bande machwale. Mimba kupe ngambeno makwapeni. Ay chwala ba mapeni. Ole bala, bakwethu bale yami. Angingo mtholo wami, bayithethu ngala. Wethwalo hlala ngami, engingo hlala ngami. Badala ngami, wethwala bami. Qhala, qhala, ami, qhala, qhala, ami, qhala, qhala, ami, qhala, ami, qhala,
All right.
Baskosho ngenkinga sekukubalisela howju baskhuphula imizwa wezombi sukumisa umzimba baskosho ngenkinga sekukubalisela baskhuphula imizwa sukumisa umzimba Koma sava, koma savana na, aye sava, na.
Koma sava, koma sava, koma sava, koma sava, aye sava,
aye sava,
aye sava,
aye sava,
aye sava,
koma sava.
your lunch. We're going to have a panel session just now. But before we do so, let me just ask everyone to stand to their feet for 1 quick minute. Just stand. Just stand. Both feet. Try and do both feet. Try and do both feet. Here's what I want you to do. If you can, just cross across the room to someone you've not talked to today. You may have talked to them yesterday. And then introduce yourself. But here's a caveat. I want you to introduce yourself with your name and something that has been invented before that bears a first letter with your name. So it could be, for example, if my name is Baraka, maybe like a BlackBerry or what's an invention with a B? So that's a blackboard. Exactly. So your name and invention or a phone model, because we're talking about phones today, that starts with your letter. So talk to someone you've not talked to today. What's your name and what's the model? Yazar. What's the model with Y? The first letter of your name, either a phone model or an invention, the first letter of your name. All right. Good. You can talk to one more person and then have your seats. All right, let's have our seats. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. I think I have an usher with a microphone. Do I have an usher with one microphone? There are just some guys I'm curious. Just curious about. Yeah? So, Zach, for example. I like Zach. Just what's an invention with Z or a phone that starts with Z? That's what I'm curious about, Zach. Did you get one?
She provided it. Oh, sorry. I actually could not come up with one, but she did, which was Zoom.
Ooh. All right, that's a good one. Did anyone hear an interesting one? Anyone hear an interesting one? Lenovo. That's a good one. Oh, Lois Lenovo. Okay, I get you. There's a guy who's still behind Lois, the guy with swag, the guy with the most swag in the room. Always.
Thank you. So Michael and motherboard.
Michael and motherboard.
Yeah.
That's good. What did you hear from anyone, Michael?
I heard buttons.
Buttons.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, cool.
And I was looking for a B. I knew there was a B somewhere.
Yeah.
Well done, man. Well done. I hope you get to keep the connection moving forward. Now we're going to have a panel discussion. Yes, I'd like to hear what your Y invention was. Did you come up with one? An invention or a brand with Y?
Sorry?
An invention or a brand that starts with the letter of your name?
Oppo.
Oppo. Or use another name. It's a smart one. Smart one. We're going to have a panel discussion now about the regulatory sandbox. I'm going to invite the moderator, Tokmore, if you could join me. Dr. Tokmore is going to be joining us. He's a senior digital trade expert at AfCFTA. We're going to have Miss Pren Cilia, the Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager at Google. Dr. Nkundwa is going to join us as well for this panel. He's the Director General of ICT Commission in Tanzania. Yasser, favorite African son, is going to be here as well. Yasser is the head of National Strategy of Electronics Industry in Egypt. And like you said, we all love Yasser. And finally, we have Evelyn Olo. I'd seen her. Evelyn Olo, the Technical Advisor of Trade at the Ministry of Trade and Investment in Kenya. Good. Dr. Chokmore, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon, everyone. And I think this is the only gender-balanced panel that we have had so far. Thank you very much. So the focus of this panel is on a regulatory sandbox. We have heard so many stories. We have had so many inventions that are happening in the continent, and part of the vision that we are having of having this smartphone for Africa. And we thought having a regulatory sandbox would be the best idea, such that we'll be able to test these innovations that we have before they get into the market. So before I give my panelists the floor to introduce themselves, I just wanted to give you a background of why this idea. Yesterday I was telling you about the protocol on digital trade within the AfCFTA, to which all the 55 member states of the African Union are part of, and they've negotiated. So they've agreed to have regulatory sandboxes, of course, mostly at a national level, and collectively to have either continental or regional sandboxes to allow the live testing of innovations of technologies, not only limited to smartphone, but of course the idea that we are having here, because of the summit, we are limiting the conversation to the smartphone. But this continental regulatory sandbox will be for testing all the innovations of the technologies that will be developed across the continent, which we think is a very good idea, taking into account the harmonization that we are doing within the framework of the AfCFTA. Also, the idea of pulling the resources together as a continent if we need money, but of course the idea also of having a single authority that will be managing this regulatory sandbox. So that is why we thought we should have this panel, such that with our idea of the smartphone, once it materializes, we can take advantage and use this as a pilot project for this regulatory sandbox within the continental free trade area. Like I said, the regulatory sandbox is not limited only to the smartphone. It allows emerging technologies and any other technologies, because the protocol is much more broad and tech neutral. And there's an annex, I told you yesterday that we concluded the annexes. So 2 of the annexes is the annex on emerging technology and advanced technologies, and the financial technology annex, which also provides for the establishment of a regulatory sandbox at a continental or regional level. So that's why we are here with these experts that I chose. Of course, I chose Lois, and Shiko could not choose these guys. I had to choose it and to make sure that there's gender balance. And I think these are capable individuals who have practical experience in terms of advising us, telling us the lessons, telling us what ideas or things that we should think of as we are thinking of having this regulatory sandbox at the continental level. So I'll start with giving from Princilia to Evelyn, just to introduce yourself, then we'll start with the specific questions. And I also think I do not want this conversation to be just a conversation among us, because we want to take lessons. This is not just to have a conversation, it's an idea that we want to operationalize as soon as possible. Something that we have to go to present to the AU Assembly early next year in January to say, this is the idea that we have, and we want to start it as soon as possible. So we want to give everyone an opportunity who is in the room to also share their ideas, to also give some lessons that we need to pick up from, or any ideas that we can do. If we have money, you can also commit, Zach, to give us money that we want this. We'll give you 5 billion for you to start this. So please, just an introduction, what do you do? And then we'll come back to the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to the AfCFTA Secretariat for incorporating such a groundbreaking provision inside of the AfCFTA Digital Trade Protocol. My name is Priscilla Boagay, and I'm on Google's Government Affairs and Public Policy team. I lead our relationships with the Pan-African institutions like the AfCFTA Secretariat, but also the African Union, the Africa Development Bank, the UN agencies on the continent. And a lot of my scope focuses on how can Google contribute to the tech policy landscape at scale on the continent and be a constructive player in these policy discussions. And so we look a lot at the good trends, the positive trends, what is going well that can be replicated across the continent. And so regulatory sandboxes is actually one of the things that we're doing quite well. It's a bit of a nascent space in emerging technologies. When we're thinking about artificial intelligence, this is a space where Google is leading. Would love to talk about some of our efforts there. But also the continent itself. We have African tech talent that is emerging. We have innovation and research centers that are based here, that are deploying and developing technologies every day. And regulatory sandboxes are most pertinent in spaces where there's a lot of uncertainty, where there's a lot of newness and innovation, and you want to promote innovation in a safe and controlled environment. And so emerging tech is a natural space where you would want to start with regulatory sandboxes. So happy to speak to some of the examples that we're seeing.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to piggyback from what my colleague have said. First of all, I want to congratulate you with this innovation, because normally there is a collision between innovation and regulation. Government, sometimes they over-regulate, which stifle innovation. So because of that, we need to have this regulatory sandbox that will enable us, from standpoint of the government, to learn what innovators are doing, and then innovators also to get a platform where they can test their things in almost like a live environment. This is how we do it in Tanzania. But of course now we have the bigger market of Africa market that we want to do. So basically, if our vision is to have a single market, definitely we need to have African regulatory sandbox. But that sandbox need to have some layers, right? There's a way you can coordinate from the continental level. Then you need to have institutions that will be dealing with a specific country. And in the country, like the way we do it in Tanzania, I coordinate the national regulatory sandbox. But beneath it, we have many sectors. There is a specific regulatory sandbox for financial sector, which is managed by Central Bank of Tanzania. There is another one under the Regulatory Authority of Telecommunication. Also, they have their own. And in energy and other sectors. So I see if we are going to do that, truly we are going to be having innovation that they can scale in African level, and they cannot be in a collision. For example, if I've designed something in Tanzania, I wanted to launch it, say, in Ivory Coast, to be sure that I'll not waste time to start to comply with other rules and things like that. So what you have done is very innovative, and it's something that need to be done yesterday. We need it to do now, because it's easy to say that we have African free continental market, right? Very easy. But things which can define that market, one of them is African regulatory sandbox, which will truly enable innovator from anywhere and in Africa to understand that I can design something and this can be able to scale without having, because we have a challenge in this continent, we have 54 countries. And 54 countries, each country is a block when it comes to trade. So the solution is what you are proposing, and I think this is a very commendable job. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Yasser Abdelbari from ITIDA affiliates, Information Technology Industry Development Agency, belongs in Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. Sure, within this is the panel discussion, we would like to focus for the regulatory body in Egypt for the regulations or regulatory for the telecom product and wireless technologies as well. While that is like that, sure that there are several regulatory bodies or firms in Egypt, one for the telecom focus and the telecom and the wireless, and sure, and the second focus on like the industrial regulatory in general and investment as well. But I think within that is our focus today about that the telecom regulatory body, and maybe we can talk more about what is the role of the regulatory body, even called in general like that. Maybe could be established like this one in sure other countries having the similar regulatory body or firms. But how to synchronize or make between the regulatory bodies in different African countries? This is very important, and that like to unify. We could unify the regulations or to waive like the acceptance of what is doing in the country, like that is like the facilitate type approval easily from the product coming from Tanzania, from Kenya, from Rwanda, from Egypt, and so on. This is with each other. Maybe I can talk more in details within the discussion about what we are doing and what's our vision for the regulatory point of view.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think if you need a spokesperson or a PR person for a country, I think you do consultancy. I mean, he's oversold Egypt since yesterday, and we're proud of him. Let's give him a round of applause. So my name's Evelyn Olo, and today here I represent Ministry of Trade, specifically State Department of Trade. I have to say specifically because we have trade, investment, and we have industry. Our PS was here yesterday was for industry. So all of us represent the ministry, but the different state departments have different interests. And I like our moderator said, I come, with a lot of different background that then gives me the ability to speak from a point of knowledge in this subject. And I would like to just kind of. Is anybody here in the startup world? Let me just start from there. Good. Have you tried to pay anyone, a staff or a vendor or somebody else in another country just next to you? Oh, Shiko, you've tried. Is it painful or not? Isn't it easier to pay in the US or UK or even Russia, right? And so when we talk about the free trade for Africa, it's something that we've sung a lot about. And even so before I joined the Ministry of Trade, I've been with the World Bank for 8 years. My colleague Analia Mueller was here in the morning, so designing and implementing projects on digital development. And this is something we've tried to fund countries and economic bodies, including EAC, IGAD, and the rest, and it's still something that we are trying to figure out what are really the barriers to free trade. So back to the topic we're discussing today, this regulatory sandbox is poised to be a game changer. And it's poised to be a game changer because I don't know what it is in African countries, but so first, trust level is very low, but also we want to outdo each other and we want to be the first. So, my very good publicist, I know, yes, sir. My very good publicist colleague here stated, the reason why they've been able to leapfrog in manufacturing when it comes to electronics is because of the collaboration they've had with both the private sector, being empowered from the public sector, and also bringing in foreign direct investments. And regulatory sandboxes like this is where you can create safe spaces for some of these technologies to be explored, some of the policies also to be explored before now they can go into the countries. And I also think using these regulatory sandboxes as a sort of launch pads for having conversations with these countries earlier on before you go into their markets, then it creates an enabling environment. So I'm really excited about this conversation, and I hope you'll engage us as well, because I think some of you are more exposed than us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to come back to you with questions. I don't have specific questions. I just want you to share the experience. So I'll start with Priscilla. She has examples. She has been mapping the success stories in the emerging tech from a regulatory sandbox. So just to give you, again, a sense of what we are envisaging as the AfCFTA from this regulatory sandbox. There are certain countries who have regulatory sandboxes at the national level. There are others who do not have, for different reasons. But since we are creating a single market, this is why I emphasized yesterday that at the AfCFTA Secretariat, we look at Africa as one. We don't see 55 countries. And part of seeing and operationalizing this single market, we also need to have not only convergence of or harmonization of regulations, but even institutions. And when we create institutions, we are not saying that the national authorities do not matter. They still play a critical role to help the enforcement with these continental bodies. And the regulations as well, we are creating regulations not to deter innovation, but the way we have crafted the protocol on digital trade is such that it fosters innovation. And that is why we think this regulatory sandbox is very critical, because it's allowing the innovation, the testing and validation before some of these innovations get into the market. So I want to start with you. Just give us a few examples and some of the benefits that you envisage or you think this regulatory sandbox will bring from the smartphone perspective or even in the emerging tech space in general. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a loaded question. But I think there are various approaches to it, right? And so regulatory sandboxes, again, are not a novel idea. They've existed for a while, but governments are most familiar with it, I would say, in the financial space. I think my colleague here alluded to it, because it's a sector where there's a lot of risk involved. And so often governments will want to test new products, new financial lending products or insurance products that are coming out in a very controlled space. And so it has existed. It's just that there are certain ministries or agencies that have more experience with it and that are more comfortable with the concept. I think part of the reason there hasn't been this uptake is because of a lack of awareness. And so often a lot of what I'm doing and what Google is doing is accompanying governments in thinking about a more collaborative approach to regulating digital technologies. And emerging technologies is so interesting because it's a space where the regulation is lagging behind the development of the technology. So how many people here would say that they use artificial intelligence? Okay. So I think that's about 60% of the room, which is pretty high. I would say it's probably closer to like 80 or 90% of you are using it if you have a smartphone, because you're coming into contact with artificial intelligence on a regular basis through your email, if you use Gmail or Google Maps, even Netflix, if you're watching shows, right? They're all using a lot of data aggregation. They're looking at patterns and recognizing patterns and then trying to make a suggestion, right? A forecast, a prediction about what you might like or what you might need. Kind of like your mother or your parents, right? Your parents know you very well. They've known you for a long time. When you call them, they can see your face and recognize, oh, this person, he's not looking good today. There's a problem. What's wrong with my son? And then your parent will proceed to give you advice. You can either choose to accept that advice or reject that advice, right? But you make a decision based off of that information. And that's how artificial intelligence is kind of working, collecting large data sets, recognizing patterns, and using that to make a prediction or forecast that can really inform your actions and your decision making, right? So overall, technology is neutral, but the way that it's used can increase the risk. So the same facial recognition technology that is in your photo application in your phone is the same general technology that is used for retinal scanning for diseases, right? To catch cancer in the eyes in a lot of places. And so you can imagine, although the technology is the same, the risk is different. So how do you regulate a technology based off of the risk level, right? And so this is what some of the regulatory sandboxes that we're looking at are trying to assess, risk mitigation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Princelia. So before I come to you, Doctor, we have had one of the objectives that this regulatory sandbox is all about, which I think it makes sense. And now that we are moving to a continental regulatory sandbox, based on your practical experience, what are some of the challenges or some of the lessons, or how do you envisage what kind of regulatory sandbox do we need at a continental level to make sure that it executes this purpose that we are designing this regulatory sandbox for? So based on your experience at the national level, how do we take that to the continental level? And what are some of the things that we need to be aware of as we engage the other regulatory authorities across the continent?
So that's a very good question. So in the case of Tanzania, our aim basically is to transform our economy in an accelerated way. And in our guideline for transformation, we have 5 pillars, which are digital skills, digital security and trust, digital telecommunication services, digital economy, and digital innovation, research and entrepreneurship. So we do look in that way. Now, when it comes to regulatory sandbox, like the way I said before, we people from government, normally we like to regulate, right? But in this context, since we want to create this bigger market, we have to foster innovation. But of course, you can't allow just innovation to go just like that, because there are certain elements, whether it's African body or government, need to be careful about, especially cybersecurity and trust, right? So the only way that we can be sure that, for example, we have the ethics and trust that we want in Africa, and they are there in innovation, is to create a regulatory platform or sandbox, so that we can be able to learn together. That is, the government can learn what they're doing, and when they're innovating, truly, are they protecting personal data of people, or the cybersecurity issues are fine? Everything that has to do with consumer protection is very, very okay. Once those minimum standards are there too, and I think that innovation can just scale. But when it comes to ethics, there's a contextual issues, right? Because the continent is made up of many different types of people with different cultures, to say the truth. So we really need to sit down and see, like the culture that we want to build in the continent is which culture, right? Because innovation do come with some biases, especially this imported technology that we have. I'm referring to AI. People who are innovating around AI, we normally say we do want to also know which data are used, right? And if those data, they have biases. So in that area, regulatory sandbox makes sense. And government need to, because many government or African bodies, they represent our people on behalf. So we do need to look at that. And that's what I've seen in Tanzania. Initially, we as the ICT Commission, we developed a guideline, regulatory sandbox guideline. But later on, I found that perhaps that approach is not a good one. We have to allow sectors to develop their regulatory sandbox in a sectoral level. And then later on, we'll have ours, but which has a minimum things, not too many things. That is, we put a minimum standard, like we are looking at the cybersecurity issues, because that's a crucial, data protection issues, crucial, everything that has to do with consumer protection, crucial, and the aspect of culture, because culture and ethics, they do go together. But the rest of the things where we allow the sector to develop things like the way they are. So that is a part of the guideline. But then you need to have a system. You need to digitalize the whole processes. Because if we want to have an African regulatory sandbox, which create opportunities for startups, then in one way or another, we need to have a system that in the level of Africa Continental Free Trade Area, you are supposed to be able to oversee everything that they're happening there. So that if someone is enjoying the privileges of sandbox of a certain area in Tanzania, not the same person to go to Cameroon and access the same thing. Because from the way we have seen it, there are some innovators who are a bit funny. Their business model can be to enjoy these privileges. So they'll move from this sector to another sector, because the privileges of accessing sandbox comes sometimes with a financial reward, right? To enable someone to be able, let's say, to survive for 8 months, right? So we need to have a system, which we will be, in your level, you have to oversee the whole continent. Now, if you look at the continent now, there's an issue of language, right? It has to, in a minimum, have the model for Kiswahili, English, French, Portuguese, I think Arabic, right? So that the system will be inclusive and will be able to detect everything. So what I can say from my experience is the guidelines are important in the level of sector, country, African. But in the African level, you have to look at the minimum things. Don't put too many guidelines, right? To enable also countries to exercise the power that they have, and also to have a digital system that are looking at that. Now, in the African continent, this I want to emphasize. We need to establish the standard for cybersecurity. We need to establish the guideline for data protection, and also consumer protection, and the culture part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukundwe. I wish I had a masterclass for the protocol on digital trade, because all these standards that you're talking about, cybersecurity, consumer protection, data protection, and cross-border data transfer, they are covered in the protocol, and it sets these minimum standards. And what I'm picking from you is the need also to allow the industry to lead, and the collaboration between the government. When we say the industry has to lead, doesn't mean that you remove the government completely.
No.
Because as a regulator, they need to have oversight over this regulatory sandbox. Yes, sir, from your experience, what would be your recommendation to the design of this sandbox at the continental level based on your experience in Egypt?
Let me give me a brief about the regulatory body and what's its role. While we have the government established the NTRA, National Telecom Regulatory Authority since 20 years. Responsible for all kind of the IT technologies or wireless and telecom, put the regulations and and for that is the as our colleague Masaka said about like the protection for data protection, for cybersecurity, for the consumer protection, but not only even like that, but also for threat protection, the protection from any threat from outside, even like the or attack or hacking and something like that, or even like the to protect for the socially from illegal content like this. Okay, this is its role. Come to its role for the wireless and the telecom products as well. This is, I'd like maybe to focus and how to those contribute in not only for the auditing or the just auditing, but also this is a regulatory body supporting the industry, supporting localization as well. Okay, this will help for the localization. Okay, for example, like this is the regulatory already has such a type approval lab. Okay, and put some the regulations and the instructions and the process to qualify any or to approve any device, any wireless device, any wireless product or telecom product and so on. They have the clear process announced, and they have the tools and labs to qualify or to accredit this device. And also put some like the in addition also their own tools and labs and so on to type approval of these devices. Also have that they rely on the international certificates like the CE certificate with the certain criteria and with certain standards, and like the EMI test, EMC, and this is the emissioning test, and that is the health also, that is the health the test and so on. That is we have the clear process, and in addition also their tools. That is to protect the market, to protect the societies and from any rubbish or illegal product or low quality products or devices and so on, and even also from any threats coming to the country. And this is that I think this is a very efficient way, and that is also like the when come to the even the local production and local manufacturing, it is really it's the playing the crucial role in this way. Okay, not let anybody to start local production and so on, and this is the it's like a stamp. It is local product. It's okay. This is approved or for the just the local production, seeking of the local production. No, we have to ensure from and verify the quality and the standards, and that is to be the qualified and to be the international according to the international standard, and then they qualify and the accredit the factory before starting production. That we give them like a certificate. It is a qualified factory. It's like to produce, and they have all the facilities for testing, for production, and so on. This is like even we are working together to verify and accredit the factory before starting production, and verifying and we give them the type approval for each product also coming out from the factory as well. This is playing a crucial role even to protect the market and even to protect local production. From where? Even from the low quality product coming from imported from the outside. Okay. The third issue is also to protect its role to protect the local manufacturing and the local market as well. Now they are going also like we are really at the attacked. I give this expression, attacking from the smuggled market or smuggled products. I think also we are suffering, most of the African countries or the suffering, or some emerging markets suffering from the illegal product or black market and so on. This is that now they are put some restrictions and going to block any illegal and any non-registered product. This is also like they have the equipment and tools to track the devices and block it if not registered, and that they do not get type approval from the regulatory authority, it will be blocked as well. This is what happened also like in Turkey, in Indonesia, in Pakistan. We are doing the same process, applying the same process to protect the local production, to protect also the local market, and to protect even like this is what one more thing like sure that like if you would like, very important, if you would like to spreading or broaden the local manufacturing of telecom products. I'm not only focused on the smartphone, or this is like wireless devices, IoT and telecom. This is the emerging technology. We should be covered, but should be covered with the local manufacturing or local content, local design as well. That's why we are envisioning to establish the accredited testing lab with certified certification body. Yeah.
All right.
To set up, even to serve the local market and even regional market as well, and to be like our product to be certified, easily to be certified as well.
All right. Thank you very much. I feel we have a lot to learn from Egypt, and of course we'll take this conversation offline to see how we can best try to adapt some of the lessons on the things that you have experienced. And from the regulatory sandbox, we'll be looking to have made in Africa products, made in Africa smartphone, that once that smartphone has been certified by the regulatory body, it's ready to get into the market, not only be sold in the continent, but even worldwide. Evelyn, we do not have much time, but from experience, what would be your recommendation for this Continental regulatory sandbox? Then we'll take a few comments from the floor.
Well, I'll be brief. At the Ministry of, at the State Department of Trade under MITI, really our interest is about creating an enabling environment for such an ecosystem to thrive. And especially for this sandbox, what I would like to, to see happen is how we can then test properly, some incentives for the private sector, back at the World Bank, to foster digital transformation in countries, we used a lot of systems, including subsidies, PPPs, and other viable tools to foster the private sector to co-invest with the government or with each other, also attracting foreign direct investments. And really just seeing how we can then communicate whatever we're doing to the public, because if they do not know, then whatever we're doing is not going to make the impact that is intended to make. And also just to add on, what my colleagues have said, testing cybersecurity regulations and policies regarding, this ecosystem from the sandbox, and then working together with the countries.
Thank you very much. Anything from the floor? Questions, comments, suggestions? We do have one hand there. This gentleman here.
Hello, my name is Michael Mbai. Just on the, I want to comment on the way it's done. So, for example, to your point, our representative from Egypt, we need an accreditation system to prevent counterfeit and contraband, right? But I remember in 2022, I was then a macroeconomist at the French embassy, and we were dealing with the recordation system that was being established by the Kenyan government. I mean, the intent was really clear and positive, but the effect was not, because of the timeline, basically. So my question or comment is on finding a way to kind of make this process smoother, so that we don't end up strangling the existing business. Because with the recordation system, they're given like 6 months to kind of register and get all the products accredited, which is not enough time when you're talking about big companies like Pernod Ricard and all other companies that need to kind of restructure so as to first of all get in line with the government policy and also not lose business, right? So that's a comment. I mean, having the process and the transition smoother than what we have seen in the past, especially as I was working with the Kenyan government.
Thank you. There's another hand here.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe as a sandbox, I would be expecting that you will be helping with the barrier to entry for markets in Africa. So listing the barriers to entry for each market and discussing how we can solve these issues between the African countries. So we need to solve these problems in order to trade between each other. This is the first point I'll be expecting from a sandbox in order for me to join or benefit from that sandbox. The other one actually will be having like a data bank for the gaps in each market and the collective gaps in collective markets as well. So if I'm deciding to invest in something and I'm worried about the market size in my country, a sandbox will give me an idea of the potential markets in neighbor countries as well. So from there, I'll be able to calculate or decide better what should I do or what should I invest in or how should I customize my solution, hardware it was or software, in order to be able to cover multiple markets at once. So my investment or my ROI will be maximized. So I think this is my point.
Thank you very much for those comments. So what's going to happen is we have a next session which is going to give us an idea of the next step. As I said, it's not just a conversation. It's a conversation that is starting here, but it's not ending here because we have bigger plans and practical solutions or steps that we need to take. So thank you very much for your comments and the experience that you have shared. And let's clap hands for them.
Let's take one photo, please, before you leave. The gender balanced panel, eh? Cameras on that side, yeah. I think they're saying smartphone. They're saying smartphone. Smartphone. All right, thank you, Dr. Tokmo and team for that. Guys at the back, are we good? Yeah? Okay. Okay, so we have a very special guest who's joining us live from Rwanda, but as we wait for him to get connected, we're going to get... Yes, okay, cool. We're going to wait for him to get connected. We're going to do what would be the final panel of today. So I'm going to ask Zach to come and join me on stage from this. Zachary Kaza is the Senior Manager, Program Officer, Digital Connectivity at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We're going to have panelists for this. We have Dr. Tokmo, if you may please join us again, and an award-winning athlete all the way from Kenya, Dr. Shiko Gitao, Olympian, the CEO of Qhala. Oh, Temba, my apologies, sir. They have a presentation? Good. The presentation, though. Just 1 second, Shiko.
Okay, while we're waiting, I'm hoping we can all do a quick activity. So if everyone has a piece of paper, there were notepads all around and a pen, if they could grab it. I want everyone on this piece of paper, without showing it to your neighbor, on the top half of the piece of paper, write the year when you think we'll see an African-designed smartphone. And on the bottom half of the paper, write the year when you think we will have a 40% plus fabricated African smartphone. So just 2 years, one on the top for when we'll have a design for an African smartphone, and 1 year on the bottom for when we will have a 40% plus local entity rule manufactured African smartphone. Okay, looks like everyone is done. Now I'm going to ask my colleague Becky to help me out here a little bit. So if everyone can pick up their piece of paper and turn it around so that it's facing the audience. And if my colleague Becky, if you could, I don't see very many papers in the air. Do you want me to read some guesses? I want to have Becky read out for the first number, what are we seeing around the room, because we can't see it from the stage. And in the meantime, maybe I can hear Shiko.
Small numbers: 2030, 2026, 2025, 2028, 2030, 2027, 2027. My guess was 2027, 2024, 2030, 2027, 2028, 2025, 2030.
Okay, awesome. That was for the first number. And Shiko put down 2026, and Temba?
I didn't put a year because I was debating whether did Mara Group not design a phone in the continent? That's maybe, yeah, that's what I was debating. So those who have knowledge, please share.
Okay, while you were doing this, let's talk about the second number. So we heard mostly like 2027 to 2030. And so our second number for when we think that we'll have a 40% manufactured smartphone in Africa. So if everyone can raise their papers again, last time I promise.
2030, 2026, 2030, 2026, 2030, 2026. We're getting some convergence here. 2030, oh no, 2046, 2040. Oh. Some more back here. 2026, 2027, 2027, 2040.
All right, thank you so much, Becky. And Chico had 2027. I also had 2027, for the record. And 2030. The reason I wanted us all to do this is just to illustrate that this is a multi-year journey. And, you know, if we take the average of these numbers from the top and bottom, we're kind of landing somewhere in the next few years for designed and manufactured. Perhaps there's some opportunities to pull those up, but feel really privileged to be up here today for our closing panel. With two of the people who I expect will be responsible for bringing that vision to light. So with that, I wonder if the slides are ready and I can turn it over to Chico.
So I will stand here. The videos should just get up to here. We're not showing that I'm wearing 2 pairs of shoes. So one of the key things that we want to show you is why it is possible. And by painting what we need and what is possible. So we wanted to show you what is possible in terms of like, what do we need and what do we have and where do we have it? This is a smartphone. We deconstructed it. What are the different things that we need to have a smartphone ready? That's what we need. So that's what we need for a phone. Just think about it for a second. And these are components and raw materials that we need. And their percentages. Remember, we need 40%. Put in mind that we need 40% from the African continent. So look at it from that point of view. Battery is 20%. Display glass is 25%. Plastic casing, 10%. Have you picked all of those? So what do we have in Africa? All of the stuff that we have in Africa look like this. So we can find at least 40%, actually 45% of the stuff that we need for a phone in Africa. DRC and Zambia can give us the 20% that we need for the battery. Egypt can give us what we need for, Egypt and South Africa can give us what we need for the glass. What was the other one? We can get the graphite from Tanzania, aluminum from Ghana, and Mozambique can give us aluminum and graphite. So we have most of the things that we need. We just need to be able to do value addition. So I love the conversation in the morning where our Zambian colleague was actually speaking about what they are doing with GRC Congo. So we already have 25% covered, yeah? And Egypt and South Africa will give us the other 20%. And then there's value addition here and there. So I believe that it's already done and can be done. We just need to pull our socks a little. That's why I was very bullish about 2027, because I'm saying we need to give ourselves another year to make sure that the sandbox is well received, it is socialized and stuff, and then the design and putting things in place, and then we will have a phone. And the business model is, we just put this out there in terms of partnership. How do we start? Where do we start? We start by working with established colleagues like Egypt and South Africa to start getting things done. as we grow to that capability. That's it, thank you. We want this to be short and sweet because you have somebody waiting online. So all these slides will be available on the website. Thank you. Sorry?
Is she on right now?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay. All right, well, as we are moving towards wrapping up, the man of the hour from the Secretariat, what inspired you this week, and what do you hope, we can take forward for this group, for the ones who aren't here? What do you see as those key next steps?
Thank you very much, and I guess like we indicated yesterday, thanks for the opportunity. This is a great opportunity for colleagues to share their views, not just for us. We are the Secretariat, we work for the continent, so we will always be where we are required. Just a few takeaways, I think, from us, and things that would want to also share with the Secretary General, and obviously the membership of the AfCFTA at large. One, colleagues are saying there's a need for the continent to finance innovation. And that could probably maybe come through provision of research and development tax rebates. Let's promote the culture of R&D. Where companies are investing in R&D, probably that should be accompanied with tax rebates that are claimable from customs authority as long as we can be able to prove that you have invested in R&D, because the more we increase our R&D capacity as a continent, the more we are actually on the path of development. Secondly, there was a mention that we need to create a demand for locally manufactured goods, and I think we even had a discussion around procurement policy, obviously as a lever for industrial policy. Let's look at where there are opportunities for potential procurement, especially by state organs, so that we can then be able to build from there. You need to build this capacity from somewhere. Don't just hope that you will produce and somebody's going to buy. Thirdly, create platforms of collaborative engagements. This is a good platform of those. At the AfCFTA level, we have what we call Biashara Africa, obviously AfCFTA Business Forum, where we convene different players in the private sector, from big companies to the youth-owned or women-owned SMMEs, just to discuss the issues that the AfCFTA Secretariat and the continent at large should be able to consider if we are to economically integrate the continent. So this is one of those platforms. Fourthly, there's a need for countries to consider provision, which is, I guess, is related to the first point, provision of tax rebate for imported inputs for local manufacturing. It should not be a by the way, or whether you have access to authorities to engage them. It should be a deliberate policy decision of any state that says, if you have intentions of producing a smartphone, you shall get all your inputs duty-free, as long as you can prove to us that we have got an SMT line somewhere that produces these products, and therefore you can be able to prove that should be able to come duty-free. Obviously, lastly, is the work that we then need to do to coordinate this regulatory sandbox. We have probably, we are better placed, at least currently, to convene state parties on matters that relate to intra-Africa trade, and it's a point that we would obviously want or recommend to the Secretary General that that point is communicated to state parties in the continent, engage with ministries of ICT, because we also don't want to step on other people's toes, But I think it's an opportunity for us to say, we have a protocol, we have annexes that are pointing us towards this direction, and if we were to ensure this collaboration, this is how we think we can be able to get it. Because if, let's say, it's type approval, the issue is, do we have test labs in the continent that we can all trust and say, if the results are from that lab, this product can circulate in the continent under the AfCFTA framework, because it would have undergone through a properly defined process. So those are the issues then that we'll have to, obviously, as I said, we take instructions from the private sector, because I think one important key point that we keep making, countries sign agreements, trade agreements, but they don't trade. It's the private sector that does, and therefore we should at all times be in a position to listen to what is going to make it easy for, I nearly said Qhala. So I'm Zulu, so I'm from KwaZulu-Natal. So if you have to pronounce it properly, it's Qhala. And then, as you will know, there's a very close link between Zulu and Swahili. Swahili is from Bantu languages, or has an element of Bantu in it. So I guess if the question was to me to say which name should be used for the smartphone in Africa, then I would have said Qhala smartphone. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks.
Actually, Qhala is a Zulu word, and he said it the correct way. We just don't click in Kenya. So, and I wouldn't call it a Qhala smartphone. I would call it an African smartphone.
Is that on?
Yeah, mine is on.
Yeah. Well, I think along those lines, though, one of the things that has come across really clearly is how important understanding the customer needs are. And just to give Qhala a little plug, they are working on figuring the answer to that. What functionality, what apps, how do we think about some of the trade-offs between the processing power and the battery life, between the storage and the cost. So hopefully it can become a Qhala smartphone. I cannot speak Zulu, so my click is not as good. But the other thing that I just want to mention, just a couple quick quotes that I heard, and then we'll turn it over to the Rwanda Minister immediately, is that the Honorable Permanent Secretary of Trade said, we're fighting over a capacity we don't have. And I think that speaks to what I've heard in this room, this really strong spirit of openness and collaboration. And that is really energizing and is a fantastic way, I think, for us to approach what is a both very complicated political and technical approach to figuring out how we can get smartphones be much cheaper for the 70% of sub-Saharan Africans who don't have access today. Over to you, Shiko.
Oh. Was there a question?
No.
Okay. and for me, I think the big one was, I have to be honest, a confession time. When we put this summit together, it was supposed to be a one-time summit. This one only. But the conversations that we've had since yesterday morning, everybody's saying, oh, 2025, we need to go to Tanzania, we need to go to Egypt. Thinking, oh, there's 2025, wow. But what everybody has been saying, this has been a great platform for people to sit and engage and collaborate and do deals. I heard you guys, I heard you making deals, and which is amazing. So we have met our first agenda is to make sure Africa is trading with itself, right? When I'm hearing people are going to be flying to Egypt, or people are, the Tanzanian DG is being pulled to various conversations, it excites us because at least in the bare minimum, we are meeting some of those agenda. But the big one for us is the collaboration and partnership. And everybody's saying we cannot do this alone. And I remember yesterday we were talking with Zach, is 5 years ago, every African country wanted to do their own thing by themselves without talking to other people. But right now, everybody's saying, we know we have failed. We have tried, we have failed. We need to be able to work as one market. And for me, that was the big one, is that togetherness that I felt in this room. You could hardly feel that we were 8 countries in this. And the funny thing I was telling the team is, at night, when Nigeria saw everything that was happening, we were saying, Nigeria has to be in that conversation. So you saw we had 2 Nigerian participants in the panels today. And I thought that was nice because no one wants to be left behind. And honestly, we don't want to leave anyone behind. Thank you. So over to you. So I would like to present one of the biggest partners, supporters, and honestly sponsors of this project has been the Rwandan government. They have been super, super supportive. To be honest, they have given us some of their learnings very, very honestly and very vulnerable. In their marathon, they've had 3 different initiatives around smartphone assembly and manufacturing in the country, some of their payment initiatives, and it will be an honor to hear from them as we are wrapping up. And for them, the question we had posed to them is, what is the vision of the future? What do they think, given their extensive experience in starting and stopping at attempting this manufacturing for Africa and for Rwanda? What should we look as a vision of the future? Back to you, DG. Please introduce yourself and then continue.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, all right, yeah. Thank you very much for inviting us as Rwanda Ministry of ICT and Innovation. My name is Rodrigue Rohacha, and I'm the Director General for Digital Transformation. Now, going back to the question which you've just raised, what we've learned as Rwanda from setting up a smartphone manufacturing plant in Rwanda was that as an African country, setting up such a manufacturing plant was a very deliberate decision as a country, especially for us to bridge the digital divide and for making sure that our people have access to smart device. So as a country, we've done a lot in terms of digitizing public services. Now, the question was, how do we make sure that we educate our people? But then what happens after educating our people and raising their digital literacy? So that is when, as a country, we deliberately said, let's have a smartphone manufacturing company set up in Rwanda to make sure that we have affordable devices. So what I would say at this particular moment is that as a continent, as we embark on digital transformation journey toward our digital economy, we need to make sure that we have affordable devices, and the only way to do that is to have at least one, or it can be many, smartphone manufacturing plant, so that our people can have access to affordable smart devices. I think that is all I want to say in as far as Rwanda is concerned.
Thank you very much. Please, okay, oh, he's gone. I just want to say thank you.
I'm still there.
Oh, okay, no, you disappeared on our screen here. So yeah. When you think about Rwanda and what you have achieved, and saying that we need a continental smartphone manufacturing, how would you take that next step as Rwanda?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that is a very pertinent question. So what I think is we need to invest in a collaborative way as African countries so that we can boost the market. Because one of the challenges that we faced in Rwanda, as you know, Rwanda is a very small country with a small economy. But if we have had that company on a continental scale, then that would actually boost the company's capability and the entire market. So a collaborative approach as African countries, I believe, is what we should end of.
Thank you so much, DG, for that input. I've just gotten the message from the minister. We wish her well. Thank you for Rwanda coming in, and thank you for what Rwanda actually offering to be one of those hubs to be able to be working on this. We'll be working on that more collaboratively. And I love that he's used the word collaboratively, which has been a key word. The whole conversation since yesterday is we need to collaborate. Right now is how do we move that collaboration from word to paper, then to pavement. Back to you, Zach.
Well, Shiko, I mean, I just, again, wanted to give a big thank you to the Qhala team. I don't want to keep us too long because I know we're all keen to go to Gearbox. And so maybe we can do our very brief 1 sentence final statement to the group.
Please do exactly what we have committed today. This project needs to succeed. Thank you.
Everybody has been asking, so what next? So what next is what Tokmo spoke about. We have a commitment to present something to the heads of state in February at the AU. That is going to give us a lot of sleepless nights. So as he has said, please do what you said, commit so that we can make this a successful project. Thank you.
And I guess my last one is the market of those who are unconnected is much bigger than those who are already connected. So we can find both inclusion and commercial success in trying to engineer for their needs.
One sentence.
Okay. Really, it's like that come out from the recommendations. It is the allocating fund, seed fund for the R&D design and development. Okay, this is a risky, really, it's a risk that for the individuals or the private sector to pay the investment for R&D, and this is he not the ensure from the outcomes that we need to push and to allocate fund. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Gearbox. Anything on logistics?
Maybe just 1 second before you go to Gearbox. I know Ahmed had to speak for literally just 1 minute, and then we can call it a day.
So thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the amazing summit. Okay, I'm surprised and amazed actually by the organization and the topics we have discussed. My last word actually was a small story, quick story actually. When Shiko first reached out to me to link her with someone in the ecosystem in Egypt, she reached out to me in an informal way. And it happened that I've been working with Mr. Yasser since 2017, also in an informal way, at least until 2020. So my message was that the quickest way to achieve anything is that we can do it informally. If you needed any support, if you needed any consultation, if you needed someone to link you with someone else, you can just reach out. Personal connections matters, use them, and they can get you there faster. That was my last word. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you're looking for more information, you can get it on smartphone.qhala.com, so you can get more information about this. 2025, Isaiah will be watching you guys again and again and again. And of course, lots of promises made on this stage today and yesterday. A big thank you to GSMA, Smart Africa, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Qhala, and of course the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Now, I know there's a team that's leaving right about now. We're waiting for you in the lobby. It's going to be lobby for those who need to go. Do you have any final words, Shiko?
I want to shout out to 2 amazing women who are watching us via YouTube. One of them is Dr. Mudhoni Ngatia, who is the lead on this project, and she's watching this from DC. As I mentioned, we have presence in DC, who has not been sleeping at all. She's been working throughout the clock. And her program person as well, who's been working with her, the lead researcher on this project, Ms. Nasubo Nangoma, who just got a baby 2 days ago. That's why she's not here. Yes, we are calling her our smartphone baby. That's her name, or his name. So yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to them because they have actually done a fantastic job in doing the research. You'll see the report that it was going to come out in December. So just want to make sure that we call them out because they're not here, but they have been working tirelessly to ensure that we have the right content and the right work that is going here. And of course, the rest of the team, Lois, you've been receiving Lois, Michelle, and the rest of the team that has been putting this place. So thank you. Just giving them a clap.
Right. Good job to everybody who planned this. And of course, thank you yourselves for coming out for this. The Gearbox team, the bus is in the lobby. Already outside the lobby, it's going to leave at 3:45. 3:45, the bus departs. You can grab a cup of tea on your way out, but 3:45, we leave. Are you good? All right. Thank you for joining us for the Smartphone for Africa Summit. See you guys in the next one. Oh, we do need to take a photo. Definitely need to take a photo. My apologies. Try not to take the croc.